Good morning, shalom, and welcome everybody, both from Israel and everywhere else. Thank you for joining this special today online teaching with Venerable Geshe Dorji Damdul on the topic of emptiness and dependent arising in everyday life, especially in challenging times. I'm David and I'll be the host of this Zoom meeting for the Dharma Friends of Israel. And tomorrow we'll have our dear friend Shachar that will host tomorrow's meeting. And we also have Ben as our simultaneous translator to Hebrew and Alexei translating to Russian. And we have Nir as a technical assistant. In case you are having technical issues, you are welcome to send a private message to Nir, the technical assistant. So since Venerable Geshe Dorji Damdul is the director of Tibet House New Delhi, this event is a collaboration of the Dharma Friends of Israel with Tibet House New Delhi. And so we are very excited and grateful to have Geshe Dorji Damdul with us today and receive teachings from him. And also we really appreciate and thank Tibet House team for their help in coordinating and organizing this teaching. Before Geshe joins us, we have a few short announcements. So on the technical side, we have simultaneous translations to Hebrew and Russian. You can choose your preferred language at the interpretation option in the toolbar by clicking the globe icon. You can also choose there the mute original audio option if you want to hear only the interpreter's voice without the background sound from the main speaker. Please remember to make sure your mic is muted at all times, unless of course you are being addressed by Geshe. And since Geshe likes to have interactive sessions, please leave your camera on. This teaching is streamed live on Dharma Friends of Israel YouTube channel as well. And all of the course's videos will be available at our YouTube channel. Both today and tomorrow, the sessions will begin at 8:45 Israel time and 11:15 India time. We'll have 2 classes each day with a break of 1 hour in between. So the session will end around 1 p.m. Israel time or 3:30 p.m. India time. Please log in a few minutes before the session so we can begin on time and for any other announcements that we might have. Lastly, I'll just mention in a few words, the Dharma Friends of Israel is a non-profit organization that runs all its activities by volunteers. All our activities are offered freely and supported by participants' donations only. And so we encourage you to participate and practice generosity and to take part in making it possible for us to continue our activities that are totally dependent on your support. As always, whatever is left after covering the expenses of this event will be offered to our teacher as a token of our deep appreciation and gratefulness. Please see the details on how to donate in the chat, and you can also find them at this events page on Dharma Friends of Israel website. So thanks a lot for your support. We truly appreciate it. That's about it for the opening talk. And before Geshe joins us, again, everybody is welcome to join in with your cameras on so that we can have a feeling of a true class as much as possible even when we're online. And we'll begin the session before Geshe joins us with some preliminary prayers and practices. So everybody is invited to settle in a comfortable sitting posture. Maybe take a couple of deep breaths to restart our body, speech and mind. And once the body and the mind are more settled, we'll begin this practice. I'll share the screen so everybody can join in. So we can begin our practice by setting a proper motivation, which consists of 3 parts while being mindful of both aspects, the object being visualized and the manner in which you visualize it. First, refuge field. In the space in front of you, visualize Buddha Shakyamuni, His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, and all Buddhas and Bodhisattvas or any other enlightened beings you regard with veneration. They are looking upon you with immense kindness and unconditional love, just as a mother looks upon her child. For bodhicitta field, visualize seated on either side of you your kind parents, mother on the left and father on the right. Additionally, you are accompanied by all other Dhammas sentient beings, leaving none aside, and you are leading them in this practice. The purpose of this practice? To manifest the Buddha nature within you, which is the ultimate source of happiness, by removing the 2 mental obscurations, afflictive obscurations, consisting of the afflictions of negative emotions, contaminated karma and their corresponding active seeds, and cognitive obscurations, the subtle stains or inactive latencies of the afflictions and contaminated karmas. And with your microphones muted, you are very welcome to join us and recite the following verses while mentally invoking their profound meaning and associated experiences. So first, we take refuge and generate bodhicitta. And before that, we have a praise verse. We'll start by that. Enthused by great compassion, you taught the Immaculate Dharma to dispel all erroneous views. To you, the Buddha Gautama, I pay homage. Enthused by great compassion, you taught the Immaculate Dharma to dispel all erroneous views. To you, the Buddha Gautama, I pay homage. Enthused by great compassion, you taught the Immaculate Dharma to dispel all erroneous views. To you, the Buddha Gautama, I pay homage. Now we'll take refuge and generate bodhicitta 3 times in Tibetan, 3 times in English. Sangye chodang tsoki chonaim la jangchu bardu dagni kyapse chi Dagi jinso gipei sonam ki drolai pencher sangye dropar shug sangye chodang tsogi chonaim la jangchu bardu dagni kyapse chi dagi jinso gipei sonam gi drolai pencher sangye dropar shug sangye chodang Tsoki chonaim la jangchu bardu dagni kyapse chi dagi jinso gipe sonam gi drolai pencher sangye dropar shu. I go for refuge until I am enlightened to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. By my accumulations of the practice of giving and so forth, may I become Buddha to benefit all sentient beings. I go for refuge until I am enlightened to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. By my accumulations of the practice of giving and so forth, may I become Buddha to benefit all sentient beings. I go for refuge until I am enlightened to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. By my accumulations of the practice of giving and so forth, may I become a Buddha to benefit all sentient beings. Independent origination, there is no ceasing, no arising, no annihilation, no permanence, no coming, no going, no separateness, and no sameness. I prostrate to the consummate Buddha, the supreme among all teachers, the one who taught this peace which is freed of elaborations. I prostrate to the mothers of the heroes, the host of bodhisattvas and the Buddhas, as follows. The knower of all, which leads the heroes, Shravakas, seeking pacification to complete peace. The knower of path, which causes the bodhisattvas with altruism to help migrators to achieve the aims of the world. And omniscience, the thorough possession of which helps Buddhas expound a variety of teachings endowed with complete aspects of subjects. The one who have transformed into the reliable guide, motivated by altruism to benefit sentient beings, the teacher Sugata, the protector, to you I make prostrations. The one who has eliminated the web of conceptualizations and is endowed with the divine bodies of the vast and the profound, who eternally shines forth the forever noble light rays, to you, the Buddha, I make prostrations. Inspired by wisdom and compassion, today in the Buddha's presence, I generate the mind of full awakening for the benefit of all sentient beings. We'll recite the essence of the dependent origination mantra along with Geshe-la's recording 3 times.
Om ye dharma hetu prabhava hetum tesham tathagato yavatat tesham chayo nirodha evam vati mahashramanaye swaha. Om ye dharma hetu prabhava hetum tesham tathagato yavatat tesham chayo nirodha evam vati mahashramanaye swaha. Om ye dharma hetu prabhava hetum tesham tathagato yavatat tesham chayo nirodha evam vati mahashramanaye swaha.
The meaning of the dependent origination mantra: all phenomena arise from causes. The causes are taught by the Tathagata. Whatever is the cessation of these causes is taught by the Great Seer. Profound, peaceful, elaboration-free, clear light and non-composite, such is the nectar-light Dharma I have discovered. Finding no one to fathom this teaching, in silence I will retire into the woods. Beyond utterance, thought and expression is the perfection of wisdom, which is unborn, unceased, and has the nature of space. It is the object of apprehension of self-realized wisdom. To you, the mother of the Buddhas of the 3 times, I pay obeisance. The 4 seals of Buddha's teachings. All composite things are impermanent. All contaminated things are of the nature of suffering. All phenomena are of the nature of emptiness and selflessness. Transcending sorrow is peace. The Guru is the Buddha, the Guru is the Dharma, likewise the Guru is the Sangha, the Guru is the source of everything wholesome. I go for refuge in the Guru. By the sound of the vibrant drums of Dharma, you liberate all beings of miseries. I beseech you to kindly remain and give teachings until the end of the expanse of billions of eons. The Buddha does not wash away the negativities of beings, nor does he remove their miseries with his hands. His spiritual realizations are not transferred to them. It is by teaching the truth of suchness that beings are liberated. Instructions on parting from the four attachments. If you are attached to this life, you are not a spiritual practitioner. If you are attached to samsara, you have no renunciation. If you are attached to your own self-interest, you have no bodhicitta. If there is grasping, you do not have the view. With folded hands, I beseech the Buddhas of all directions to shine the light of Dharma for all bewildered in misery's gloom. Having generated the mind of supreme enlightenment, I invite all sentient beings to be my guest. I will engage in the appealing deeds of excellence of enlightenment. May I become a Buddha for the benefit of all sentient beings. And we'll end with 7 recitations of the Heart Sutra mantra, along with Geshe-la's recording.
Deyathāvam gati gati paragati parasamgati bodhisvatyatha om 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 gati gati paragati parasamgati bodhisvatyatha.
So thank you everybody. Geshe-la will join us shortly, so please remember to keep your microphone off and camera on.
Hello, check. David, like, can you make us co-host? Can you give us host for the few seconds?
Of course.
Thank you. Thank you. Give us 1 minute. Everyone, give us 1 minute.
Of course, no problem.
David, like, can you make me host for a few minutes? I have to assign, or you can directly assign Salam Alamullah as a Ladakhi interpreter.
You are the host now.
Salam Alamullah, just delay. Salam Alamullah, you are in English channel. You have to go to Ladakhi channel. Okay.
Yes, Alhamdulillah, I can hear you. Thank you.
Shalom and welcome, Geshe. Tash Delek. Sorry, Geshe, we cannot hear you.
Okay. David, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. Again,
Okay.
welcome. We're very happy to have you back with us, Geshe.
Thank you,
Especially
David.
these
Thank you.
challenging Samsaric times. So thank you so much for being with us.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. Okay, David, shall I begin?
Of course, yes, Geshe, please do.
Okay. Thank you, David, for kindly leading the prayers. And the director of Dhamma Friends of Israel, Eritla, and Gilala for helping with the translation, and also for the Benla for the actual translation. And then in Russian we have Hamula as in Ladakhi we have Hamula as the Sound Hamula as the translator, and in Russian we have the Alexila translating, and Yuliela helping with the prayer, the leading the prayers, helping lead the prayers, and we have Tatiana also there as a coordinator, and all the participants both offline and online. And it is really heartwarming to see that so many people, like-minded people, come together and come together in support of peace, and nobody wants the pain, and we're all here, and we wish that as many in the world come to know about this program where like-minded people are all coming together, seeking for peace and seeking that everybody can take a fresh breath of air of hope, with the spirit of sisterhood, brotherhood, for everyone, embracing everyone equally. But it's not that easy. Not that for example, the son of the whole world, the son of the hope, son of the joy and compassion, His Holiness the Dalai Lama, is on the planet Earth. but there are people who are unfortunate not to even know the presence of such a gem on the planet Earth. And we are so lucky that we know about these things and we are coming together as like-minded people in support of the peace, in support of compassion. And so each one of us, I personally feel very strongly that each one of us, we have such the responsibility. For example, here I can see that they maybe perhaps the youngest one who's attending the class is the Manvik. Manvik, raise your hand. Manvik, raise your hand. Yes, he's just, I think, about like 9 years old, and the so he joins us to tell the world that with the young ones, we are here to support peace. We are here to embrace each others with compassion, with the spirit of the sisterhood and brotherhood. So this is what for we are here. And so as David La very clearly indicated, and by the way, okay, I'm just wondering who is managing the screen sharing.
It is me, Geshe.
Okay, if David, you can share the screen sharing of the three verses for taking the refuge, taking Bodhisattva vow. Or it should be after this. After this, yes. Okay, good. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry,
Okay, thank
Geshe,
you.
this is the new wonderful translation that Benla made for the Hebrew language speakers, so this is kind of new. So thank you, Benla.
Wonderful, wonderful. Okay, and thank you, David La, and thank you, Ben La, for the enormous effort that you put in making these translations available. I really appreciate it. And of course, there must be Gilala, who has been great backbone support for these translations. And I know that it was years ago, like 20 years ago, that Gilala was involved in the translation, supporting her command of the language, not only as a native Hebrew speaker, but as somebody who has command over the language. This was what I know about Gilala since like almost the 20 years ago. So thank you so much for all the people, all the former directors and the program coordinators, spiritual program coordinators of the DFI from the past many years. Your contribution has been a solid basis for DFI to now conduct these programs and bring together the like-minded people from all over the world. Is so precious. So with this in mind, let us invoke all the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, like Buddha Shakyamuni, His Holiness the Dalai Lama, and you all, I'm sure that all of you know that His Holiness the Dalai Lama is now in Delhi and successfully having had the knee transplant, the surgery done, and today His Holiness moved to the usual residence for healing, and we already all over the world people are praying for His Holiness's very steady and stable recovery from the successful surgery, knee replacement surgery, and today moved to the regular residence. And again, Tibet House will be organizing an international prayer meet for the quick recovery of His Holiness the Dalai Lama's the surgery, post-surgery, and it's going to happen on 17th of this month. That's going to happen on the online, offline both. So you're all welcome to a part of this. And in fact, we need such inspiration like His Holiness for the world, and more such enlightened beings as His Holiness who embody compassion, universal compassion for everyone. So more these enlightened beings are with us, less the chaos in the world, more the people will learn to embrace each other with love, affection, and universal spirit of sisterhood and brotherhood. This is so important. And so with this in mind, each one of us, as I said earlier, I personally very strongly feel that each one of us, that we have a tremendous opportunity to meet with this teaching of the Buddha, teaching of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. It's not necessary that you should claim yourself as a Buddhist, not necessary. And for example, I personally have a great inclination to the teachings, some of the teachings, examples set by Lord Jesus Christ and the Lord Ram, his demeanor, the loving attitude, where all the people of his kingdom, they were just so extreme, having tremendous reverence to him. Not that he was a prince. There were so many princes there, but he was being loved by the people everywhere, revered him. So look at these qualities. Likewise, the great teachers. There are many great teachers, so from whom we have to love, we have to learn. We can learn this universal compassion. So, with this in mind, each one of us, we have met with these teachings, and then we also learn about your potential. This potential inside, nobody can kill, nobody can help you to nurture it. Only you can help to nurture it. And believe it or not, if you nurture it fully, all your painful tears will stop, your ease will expand, and that you become such an inspiration to so many others, where, for example, like King Ashoka. King Ashoka, although in the first part of his life he was involved in ruthless violence as a king, and with the conquering so many territories, later in his life he surrendered to the teachings of the Buddha, and then he realized that finally universal compassion is the answer to all the problems. So he dedicated all his time, resources, energy, even his two children. They were sent to disseminate these teachings of the Buddha, universal compassion and universal wisdom to all the beings around. So with this in mind, each one of us, let us see ourselves as like the two children of Mahinda and the Sanghamitra, the two, the son and the daughter of King Ashoka, who he sent as his emissaries to disseminate the teaching of compassion. And each one of us, we think of ourselves like the sons and the daughters of the Buddha Shakyamuni and His Holiness the Dalai Lama, to spread the universe, to serve as emissaries of these enlightened masters, to serve compassion, to serve the world with the universal compassion and the universal wisdom. So for that, we should become very strong. We should grow ourselves. And what we're doing here, offered by the Dhamma Friends of Israel, and which I truly admire, respect, adore all the former directors, the former spiritual program coordinators, and today's director and spiritual coordinators. And today we have now the translator also there, the Benlam, taking so much of initiative in making this Nalanda studies possible just as is happening in the other languages. He also wants to make it happen in the Hebrew, in Israel. So let us take the responsibility that if you already, whatever level of maturation that you have accomplished, so to that extent, let us visualize ourselves, let us be ourselves as the emissaries of the Buddha Shakyamuni and His Holiness the envoy, special envoy of the Buddha and His Holiness to spread the message of universal compassion, where everybody can get a share of the complete, perfect peace, where nobody has to live in fear. So this should be our prayer and aspiration and a commitment. So with this in mind, let us wholeheartedly let us engage in this, taking the aspiration bodhisattva vow. And the question is, who's entitled to take this vow? So it's not necessary that somebody should be a Buddhist. Even if you're a non-believer, you can also be a part of this program. Although it says vows, it's simply a very ceremonial in ways that there's no commitment at all attached to this. If at all you want to feel yourself as being a part of this, you can then make a commitment that I'll try my best from today onwards. I'll try my best not to harm others. I'll try my best, if possible, to render the benefit to others. This much, if you can commit yourself, you are entitled to take this, to be part of this Aspiration Bodhisattva Vows program. So with this in mind, wholeheartedly, let us invoke all Buddhas and Bodhisattvas in the space in front of us, particularly Buddha Shakyamuni, His Holiness the Dalai Lama, and all the great teachers of the past and today. And also let us think of your two parents and all the beings living on the side who are suffering terribly badly in this world today, on the domestic level, on the global level. So let us include all of them with us. So those who are the victims, those who are the perpetrators, just include all of them, so that it's all because of the victims they suffer, perpetrators suffer in fear. So this is what is happening everywhere. Think of all of them with us, and with this mind, let us take a commitment that in future you can become one like, if possible, very soon become one like the Buddha Shakyamuni, to really inspire millions and millions and trillions of human beings, non-human beings, including the animals, spirits, how many are benefited by this one enlightened being. So let us take this inspiration from Buddha Shakyamuni, His Holiness the Dalai Lama, that I too will become one like them, so that I can influence people to trigger this hidden treasure within them, grounded on the universal compassion, with the common sense of the interdependency of each other. There's no one entity which is independent. We're all interdependent on each other. So with this mind, let us visualize all the beings with you, including your two parents, all of family members, including children, and everyone with you. With this mind, let us recite the following verses together 3 times by contemplating on the meanings. Okay, first verse I will explain very quickly, given that I can still see that there may be some who are new to this. So the meanings, if you know the meaning, the benefit will be much, much, much more. And let me, in a while, after this, let me also explain how best to keep your mind at ease, calm, and at peace. How to do that I'm going to share some of my reflections with all of you. So meanwhile, finally we see that we all have this hidden treasure. No external factors can harm you, can affect you, your mind. You have the secret of the happiness within yourself. The once you awaken this, no external factors can disturb you at all. So forever you'll be at peace, and you'll be a great inspiration to inspire others how to maintain calmness and peace within oneself. So with this in mind, let me quickly explain this. The first verse it says that I'm going to embark on a journey of uncovering, retrieving this hidden treasure within myself. Hidden treasure, awaken which all my painful tears will stop, the fears will stop, anxiety will stop, and my happiness will expand to infinity. So, and once I'm able to do that, I can inspire so many people, I can teach so many people, I can guide so many people, I can elevate so many people from the state of this suffering to the state of the infinite ease. Because that this is a journey which I've never undertaken thus far, I need to seek the help of somebody who is extremely experienced and greatly supportive and compassionate to support me. So who's that? That is the Triple Gem, the Buddha, Dhamma and Sangha. So first line says, I go for refuge to the Triple Gem. Now, this journey involves a road. And the road, if the road is blocked by the by the fallen trees and the boulders and so forth, again you cannot undertake this journey. So this road is none other than your own mind. This mind must be removed of the negativities. So the second line says, I confess the negativities individually. And a third, whether now the road is clear, but if the car does not have enough fuel, you cannot undertake the journey. So the car again is none other than your own mind. This mind, they must have enough fuel, the fuel of the virtues, fuel of the merit. So how to gather such a huge amount of virtue is by the rejoicing in the virtues of others, rejoicing in the virtues of yourself, and rejoicing in the virtues of others. The third line says, I rejoice in the virtues of all the beings. Now you have an incredibly great support of the Triple Gem, and the road is clear, and the car is enough fuel. What kind of journey I'm going to undertake? So the last line says, I hold the precious Buddhahood in my heart. Journey to awaken the hidden treasure within me, unfolding which all my painful tears will stop, and my ease will expand to infinity, to be inspiration to so many beings. So with this mind, let us recite these three verses together by contemplating meaning as much as possible. I go for refuge to the Triple Gem. I confess the negativities individually. I rejoice in the virtues of all the beings. I hold the precious Buddhahood in my heart. I go for refuge and am enlightened to the Buddha, the Dhamma, the Supreme Sangha. I generate the mind of bodhicitta to resolutely accomplish the aims of others myself. Having generated the mind of supreme enlightenment, I invite all sentient beings to be my guests and shall engage in the delightful and excellent practices of full enlightenment. May I become Buddha to benefit all sentient beings. I go for refuge to the Triple Gem. I confess the negativities individually. I rejoice in the virtues of all the beings. I hold the precious Buddhahood in my heart. I go for refuge and am enlightened to the Buddha, the Dhamma, the Supreme Sangha. I generate the mind of bodhicitta to resolutely accomplish the aims of others myself. Having generated the mind of supreme enlightenment, I invite all such beings to be my guests and shall engage in that delightful and excellent practice of full enlightenment. May I become Buddha to benefit all sentient beings. I go for refuge to the Triple Gem. I confess the negativities individually. I rejoice in the virtues of all the beings. I hold the precious Buddhahood in my heart. I go for refuge and am enlightened to the Buddha, the Dhamma, the Supreme Sangha. I generate the mind of bodhicitta to resolutely accomplish the aims of others myself. Having generated the mind of supreme enlightenment, I invite all sentient beings to be my guest and shall engage in the delightful and excellent practice of full enlightenment. May I become Buddha to benefit all sentient beings. The next two verses, I'm going to quickly explain the two verses here. So it begins with invoking all Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, your gurus, and to bless you, that you've been inspired to awaken the hidden treasure within you. Everyone has the same potential, awaken of which everybody will embrace each other with love and universal compassion. So, and now, if you look at the same, so this inspiration and aspiration to wanting to awaken the hidden treasure, is there anybody who succeeded in this journey in the history of humanity? You come to realize that 2,500 years ago there was a prince by the name Prince Siddhartha who actually embarked on this journey, and succeeded in journey. Now, even after 2,500 years later, people, human beings, animals, insects, spirits, god and goddesses, ecology, everyone gets the maximum benefit out of this enlightened being, the prince who became Buddha. So, how did he succeed? How did he succeed? How did he succeed in this journey? So it says that he succeeded by him introducing two factors. The first factor is to generate a very strong commitment, enthusiasm to awaken his hidden treasure, and that is known as Buddha, the bodhicitta, the desire to become Buddha for the benefit of sentient beings. So when you say desire to become Buddha, some people may think that, okay, this is about Buddhism, it's Buddha. No, Buddha is a Sanskrit word. Let us not be too naive. Buddha is a Sanskrit word. It simply means awakened, awakening, or awakened. So we all can be awakened, whether you're Buddhist or non-Buddhist, whether you are male or non-male, female or non-female, we all have the potential to be awakened. Awakened of which, just you wake up from the sleep of from the ignorance, from the sleep. You wake up from the sleep, from the from the dream, from the nightmare. All the nightmare stops the moment you wake up. So this is the meaning of the Buddha, the awakened one. So Prince Siddhartha, he succeeded in his journey. How did he succeed? First, he created very strong motivation to become Buddha, to be awakened, number one. Number two factor that he created is that to materialize this aspiration to be awakened, to become Buddha, he should engage in the Bodhisattva practices, engage in the means to actually make it happen. So what are the means? 6 perfections and 4 perfections. Practices such as generosity, ethical discipline, patience, enthusiasm, meditative concentration, and the wisdom. Likewise, the 4 perfections. Perfection of the skillfulness, aspiration prayers, the power, and primordial wisdom. So engaging these practices, he now attained such a state whereby his fear all dissolved. And the fear dissolved, no matter what external factors he encountered with, no fear, no anxiety, no uneasiness, all these uneasy feelings or the sorrows are transcended. So this is how he succeeded to inspire so many people into this line. For example, today we have His Holiness the Dalai Lama. So His Holiness is a product of this great teacher's teachings. So this is what happens. Somebody can embody these qualities themselves. For example, like King Ashoka. How come that the leader, such a king who was otherwise extremely ruthless, suddenly he is transformed because of the teachings of the Buddha. So likewise, each one of us, we can be inspiration to so many people. So with this in mind, I will also engage in the footsteps of the Buddha, where first I will generate very strong determination to awaken my hidden treasure, technically known as generating bodhicitta. Number 2, to fulfill this aspiration, to materialize this aspiration, I have to do something. What do? I have to engage in activities and practices which are concomitant in nature with the result that the Buddha attained. So, what are the practices? 6 perfections and 4 perfections which the Buddha practiced and which I indicated earlier. So, these are things that I should be practicing. If this happens, then I will also become awakened one, the Buddha. Then I can inspire. All my fears will drop. All my anxiety, stress, uneasiness, feeling of the corrosion inside will all dissolve and will be inspiration to infinite beings. Okay, this is the meaning. So with this mind, let's recite the verses together. Try your best to contemplate on the meanings as much as possible. Gurus, Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, please behave to me. Just as the previous Buddhas have generated the mind of bodhicitta, and just as they successfully dwelt in the Bodhisattva practices, likewise for the benefit of all sentient beings, I will generate the mind of bodhicitta, and likewise shall I too successfully train in the Bodhisattva practices. Gurus, Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, please be here to me. Just as the previous Buddhas have generated the mind of bodhicitta, and just as they successfully dwell in the Bodhisattva practices, likewise for the benefit of all sentient beings, I will generate the mind of bodhicitta, and likewise shall I too successfully train in the Bodhisattva practices. Gurus, Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, please be here to me. Just as the previous Buddhas have generated the mind of bodhicitta, and just as they successfully dwelled in the Bodhisattva practices, likewise for the benefit of all sentient beings, I will generate the mind of bodhicitta, and likewise shall I too successfully train in the Bodhisattva practices. Gurus, Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, please be here to me. Just as the previous Buddhas have generated the mind of bodhicitta, and just as they successfully dwell in the Bodhisattva practices, likewise for the benefit of all sentient beings, I will generate the mind of bodhicitta, and likewise shall I too successfully train the Bodhisattva practices. Okay, now we'll do 5 minutes of the shamatha meditation, 5 minutes, and let me quickly explain. Should there be some who have no exposure to meditation? Meditation, of course, there are two kinds. I'm not going to go too much into detail. Meditation, one is analytical meditation, other one is a stability meditation. What is meant by analytical and stability? Let me quickly explain this. It's our mind. It is like preparing a food. Preparing food, it requires a lot of ingredients, and you also require skills. The containers, so many containers, varieties of containers are required, ingredients are required, skill is required. Likewise, meditation is to bring about change in our thinking, in our mind, to retrieve this highest quality, retrieve the potential that we have, the highest quality which exists within ourselves, to make it come out, to create the fearlessness, to create the infinite ease, and to make it happen. So people have a naive thinking of meditation as just sit and then keep quiet, close your eyes, and this is too naive. It's too naive. In fact, most complicated things, managing, for example, like preparing a very delicious meal, or managing the whole nation, managing the whole world, whole world. So it's very complicated, it's not easy. And the most complicated thing is to manage one's own mind. That is the most complicated, complex. So because it's very complex, it requires, just as for the food, we require a lot of material ingredients, utensils and skills, likewise to manage our mind, which is the most complicated thing, which is the most difficult one. For example, like say in a family, the father or a mother may be considered as the head of the family, to run the family, but before running the family you have to run your own mind. You have to manage one's own mind. You have to learn how to manage one's own emotions. If you don't know how to manage emotions well, you cannot run the family well. You can set a very bad example to your family members. So, therefore, this mind needs to be trained in a such way that the benefits happen to you the maximum. Okay. So others, some people will say that what about others? What about compassion? First, take care of yourself. Learn how to take care of yourself. And then, the best way by which to take care of yourself is by embracing others. So for that, we require skills. If you don't have the skills, for example, the dogs, they don't have the skills. But they do have the feeling, they do want to protect themselves. They do want happiness. But how to acquire them? They don't have the skills. Because they don't have the skills, what do you do? If you chase a dog, the dog will run away, thinking that this is the best way to fend himself. And then if the dog is cornered at a corner of the room, now the dog cannot run. What will the dog do? Dog does not know how to how to deal with this problem. So the dog will attack you. So expression of anger. Expression of anger is not a sign of weakness. It's not a sign of strength. It's a sign of weakness. Because the dog becomes weak, feels vulnerable. So the point is that we require skills. We require skills whereby, so when you bark, the other person beat you more. This is a reality. So you suffer more. So the point is that they say how to learn a skill whereby you don't suffer, you win, you get the greatest maximum and the benefit. So that is by embracing, skillful embrace, skillful compassion, skillful the spirit of brotherhood and sisterhood. That requires skills. That requires training. Without training, you cannot really have it. And I would say that the Buddha, 2,500 years ago, he taught this skill. He taught this skill. And because this skill is so important, it's not something that can be done like, hey, just go like this, do like this. No. It involves philosophy. It involves psychology. Because it's all about your mind and how you perceive the reality. You have to know what the reality is. A reality in very complex form, one the ultimate form, one in the conventional form. In the conventional, there's the intermingling, interdependency of the reality, interdependency. And that reality of interdependency is very complex. So you require a lot of training. I would say that if the Buddha's alive, if the Buddha were to be here today with us, no doubt Buddha would be very happy to encourage the youngsters to study political science, to study management, to study law. I'm sure that Buddha will encourage individuals like us to engage in these so well, so that you know how to deal with the world so effectively, knowing that at the core there's nothing intrinsic. There's nothing as objectively real. It's all how our mind imputes, and the imputation of mind is very complex. There are so many minds are involved, because of which the more the number of the people involved, more the skills you require. So that is the training of the mind. And the training of the mind, broadly speaking, we see that one, before we train in anything, you need to know how to make your mind steady, that your mind is not flickery. So if your mind is flickery, say if your mind is so distracted with the Instagram, Facebook, Reels, and so forth, then impossible that one can really focus on deeper studies. Impossible. So for that we require the steadiness. So that is one part of the meditation, stability meditation. Then number two, the proactivity of the mind. Our mind must be trained to really go in the direction so effectively, not just stopping the reaction. Stopping the reaction is to stabilize your meditation, stabilize your mind. Stopping the react, but also be proactive, so fast in acting effectively. So we require the mitigating our reactivity, stop the reaction, and not to be reactive. At the same time, encourage proactivity. So we require these two skills. First skill to cultivate this skill is known as the shamatha meditation, and the second skill cultivation, which is known as all the meditations, whatever you see in the world, Buddhist meditation, Hindu meditation, Christian meditation, Muslim meditation, or Jain meditation, Sikh meditation, or non-believer secular meditation, all meditations somehow must be subsumed under these two categories. One is the stability meditation, and the other is the analytical meditation, where your mind builds. Stability meditation is primarily to deal with the reactivity, stop the reactivity, and the analytical meditation is to encourage the proactivity. So simply by stopping the reactivity is not sufficient. It's not sufficient. You stop all the reactivity. Don't react. This is one part of meditation, but the proactivity is extremely required, particularly as leaders. as leaders. In your family, you become leader of the family. In your workplace, you become leader of a school, leader of a company, leader of a nation, leader of the world. Where you are leaders, you must have an extremely agile, skilled, comprehensive, analytical proactivity. This is so important. Proactivity, the skillful proactivity, where instead of disasters, peace spreads. This is what is required. So, Buddhist mind, and what we are doing here, right now, this is the stability meditation, and following this, when we talk about the emptiness, that's going to be proactivity, to build the proactivity quality of your mind. Okay, so Buddhist mind, the four things to keep in mind, particularly for those people who are not exposed to meditation. Four things to keep in mind. One is the body posture. Okay, body posture, I don't want to go into too detail, because I can see that there are many seniors, and then who have been meditating for years and years, and who have been in Dharma for so long. I can see Leora, and yeah, I can see many of them. So therefore, I don't want to waste too much time. So body posture, sit in a comfortable position where, where you don't lean against a support. This is very important. Don't lean against a support, and don't close your mind. Don't close your eyes. Keep your eyes half open, 45 degrees cast down, and just ignore and breathe normally. Okay, as simple as that. And you can sit on chair. You can sit in, but not too soft sofas. It should not be too soft. So you can sit in even sofa, chair. Best is would be the seat should not be, the cushion should not be too soft, should not be too hard also. It should be very average. Okay. Then next is the focal point. What are you going to meditate on? So we're going to say just count the breath. Breathe in, breathe out. Cycle 1. Again breathe in. Just count the breath. Keep counting 1, 2, 3, 4, like this. And then in between, if your mind get distracted and you forget the count, you lose track of the count. Again, you start from 0. So this is how we should be doing. Then number 3, identifying the errors of meditation. What mistakes can we make when we meditate? So broadly speaking, there are 2 mistakes. One is the mental excitement, and the other one is mental laxity. Mental excitement is when a mind gets distracted, excited, or is scattered. And the mental laxity is the inactivity of the mind, when the mind feels sloppy, sinking, lethargic, heavy. These are 2 problems. So should any of these 2 problems happen, go for number 4. Number 4 is applying the remedies to overcome the errors. So what remedies? 2 remedies: introspection and mindfulness. Introspection is to keep an eye on a mind to see whether your mind is meditating or is distracted. And if you do see that with introspection, if you do see that your mind is distracted or in lax state, then apply the mindfulness. Mindfulness is like the rope to bring the mind back to the intended object of the meditation. Okay, ready? 5 minutes. Okay, thank you. Okay, so the topic for this the online study retreat is on emptiness and dependent origination. And so first let me quickly share with you little technical side, and then we'll also have time for question answer. Maybe in the second session, maybe the last the 10 minutes we can leave for question answer session. And the best would be if people can send the questions to David La written, and then David can forward it to me. That'll be easier to make sure that we don't waste much time. Otherwise, sometimes the question can be they can be repetition questions, so it can be less number of people will get the chance. So this is what we can think of doing. And then tomorrow also we have 2 sessions. So with this in mind, first let me be a little technical about what are we doing, and then meanwhile the relevance of what we're doing with the current situation, we can relate them as well. For example, let me be a little technical. Okay, so basically we see that in the world, which you are seeing, which I'm seeing, and which I'm going through, which you are going through, which my elder generations went through, is quite painful. It's quite painful. This is the reality. And now that they say Prince Siddharth, he saw the same thing 2,500 years ago. He saw the same thing. Say in a very the practical sense. Let's not start by saying that Prince Siddharth was a Buddha. Let's not start from there. Let's say that Prince Siddharth was a prince, and he was a very kind young prince, and also very intelligent, very smart. Let's start from there, not as a Buddha. And what did he see? What he saw was that of course today we can see the whole world is in the palm of our hand. But in those days, no news coming from the other side, no possibility for to get the news or the situation on the other side of the world. There's no possibility. And at the most, the Buddha and the wise people those days could understand things around his own kingdom. So that's it. So he was seeing what is around the kingdom, within the palace. This was what this Prince Siddharth was seeing. So this will be great inspiration for us. For example, I personally also that that my parents, they came from Tibet in exile, and they went through such a difficult time. And His Holiness the Dalai Lama also came in exile. Third in Dalai Lama, twice exiled, one in India, one in Mongolia. So the world is not easy in those days also. So with this, and who is going through these tough times? Anybody can go through tough times. Anybody. Today, somebody may have, we have a very good system, and I have enough money, my family members are very good. You are very lucky, but then what about next time? What about next life? And some of you may be wondering, okay, he's talking about next life, but who knows? How do you know that there's next life? Okay, these are all big questions. So what I'm saying was that at the time of Buddha, for somebody to talk about 2,500 years later is just a very remote concept. But today is real. It's actually happened. We are here now. We are the people who somebody wise person like Buddha 2,500 years ago, he could imagine 2,500 years later, and that time is now we experience it. It has become real. It's not just the concept. It's a real. It's a reality. So likewise, ourselves, each one of us. Okay. So each one of us, they say today we see as real, and then 2,500 years later, oh, it's so remote. No, a day will come that it will actually happen. Say, and people believe, people have blind faith in physics. If you are somebody who have blind faith in physics, or we don't say blind faith, we say faith in physics, trust in physics. Say 15 billion years ago, 2,000 years is nothing. 15 billion years ago, the whole universe was in a form of a singularity. Singularity, just all combined together in one tiny piece, which is described as a singularity, which is labeled as a singularity. And the next moment, it exploded. And then now, after 15 billion years, now today, you, I, what's happening in the world today, celebrating birthday celebrations, and the wars, and the domestic violence, all these chaos, they're the product of singularity. 15 billion years ago, it becomes real. And then but then who cares? Well, later, 15 billion years later, or 2,000 years later, who cares? I'll not be here. No, you may not be, you in this life, you may not be here, but you in the next life for sure will be there. But how do you know that's a rebirth for me? This is a big question. Big question. So I would say that this, if you are truly interested in this, of course, you're required to study this separately. And it's not easy, for example, quantum mechanics. You cannot say that, okay, quantum mechanics is real or not real. We cannot say, you cannot disprove it unless you study it yourself. Likewise, the rebirth concept, until we study this, contemplate on this, then this is little obscured, or this is little, say, a complex subject. But it is my personal journey. It is my personal journey that I went through this, and it was some personal interest in the rebirth. It has been many years, almost like more than 30 years of my journey exploring into this rebirth. It's a very beautiful journey, and I truly enjoyed it. And so the rebirth is something real. But how real? You want to know? You have to study separately. Okay, so having said this, what I'm saying is that Prince Siddhartha, while he had all the luxuries, the so-called luxuries of life, he left the palace. Because people, when we see the people, there are two kinds. One who thinks about others, another who thinks about themselves. And those who belong to this category, who think of themselves, there's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong. Only when you think deeper, then you'll come to realize that the wise people will think of others. Why? Whether you're wise, whether you're unwise, when you think of yourself or think of others, at the end of the day, the bottom line is that we all want happiness, we don't want suffering. This is the reality. And what degree of happiness do you want? We want the maximum happiness. What degree of suffering you want to get rid of? We want to get it for all the suffering. If that's the case, if I want to enjoy mangoes, don't plant bitter gourd. If I want to enjoy mangoes, I have to plant mango seeds, not bitter gourd seeds. This is how the wise people see. And if I want Nobel Prize in physics, study physics. Don't just keep praying, Buddha, give me Nobel Prize in physics. Don't just make this prayer. Instead of study physics, wise people will study physics, unwise people will pray to Buddha. Look at Albert Einstein, he became a Nobel laureate in physics at such a young age. I'm not that young. Still, I don't mind getting the Nobel Prize at old age. Please give me Nobel Prize. Please, Buddha. You pray like this. This is unwise people's approach. Wise people's approach is study physics. You want to pray to Buddha? Pray to Buddha. But make sure that you don't miss to study physics. That's very important. Likewise, the wise people, in order to get the maximum ease for yourself, to get rid of all the miseries, the best solution is to embrace others. The maximum, embrace all others in order to get the maximum benefit for yourself. And some people may think even this is very selfish. Yes, what's wrong with selfish, being selfish? What's wrong? Selfishness, His Holiness the Dalai Lama says there are two kinds. One is stupid selfish and the other one is wise selfish. Wise selfish is those who are selfish at the same time, so those who are selfish and who actually get the maximum benefit. That's wise selfish. How? By giving the maximum benefit to others, you get the maximum benefit. This is why unwisely selfish are those people who destroy others, and meanwhile you are destroyed. Usually when I meet with people, with people who come to complain, oh, he did this to me, he's so nasty. The first thing that I say, okay, yes, what the other person told this person, what the other person did to this person is very nasty, I agree. But before I conclude with my judgment, I ask the person, what did you tell that person? Tell me. What did you tell that person? What did you do that? We tend to hide we don't not to disclose. What you did, what you said. If you say you stupid, and don't expect other person says you are very nice. Don't expect that. If you say you stupid, other person also say you stupid. And then you come to me and say that he said that I'm stupid. So what I'm saying is that always before I make any judgment, I ask the person, what did you say? What did you say? Then the person will realize, yes, I said you stupid. Don't expect. If you say you stupid, don't expect that they will say you are nice. So what I'm saying is that if you want mangoes, plant mango seed, don't plant bitter gourd seeds. So this is the message. So with this in mind, Prince Siddhartha, as a young prince, since age 20s, he was actually, since teenager, he was actually contemplating how all these miseries happen in the world. Okay, he wouldn't really say world in those days, I would say, what is happening around his kingdom, in the palace. So what kind of problems? He could see all the wars happening amongst the kingdoms. And then within the kingdom, the domestic violence. In the palace, the royal family members, they're abusing the commoners who are working there. They're abusing. This was what the Prince Siddhartha was seeing. So because of which, he realized that, okay, now how should I protect all these who are suffering? What should I do? Extremely kind, extremely smart. So he was exploring. Okay, so if I become king, look at my father, he's already a king. I don't imagine as a king. Look at him, he's already a king, but he could not forget about protecting the world. He could not even protect his own kingdom. So how can I expect him to protect the world? If I become the king, I can become like him. That's it. I cannot protect the world. So I must look for an alternative way. So then he left. So with this, I don't mean to say you leave. I don't mean to say each one of us we should leave. This is not the point. Say, leaving the two kinds. Leaving our comfort zone, leaving our attachment to the comfort zone. Even the comfort zone is not a problem. The problem is the attachment to the comfort zone. Attachment to the comfort zone. You be in the comfort zone without attachment. Leave the attachment to the comfort zone. So with this in mind, technically speaking, the Prince Siddhartha left to look for a solution for the whole world. All the beings. And for that, first protect yourself. Protect yourself. Only then you will know how to protect others. Without knowing how to protect yourself, you don't have the means to protect others. So therefore, taking care of yourself is very important in order to take care of others. So with this in mind, they say, now technically speaking, what the Buddha taught after all these many years, at 29, he left the palace in search of the path. And finally, at 35, he became enlightened. He became the wisest person on the planet Earth and in the universe. He became the wisest person. So, wisest means somebody who teaches, who gives a wise message. What message did he give us? In short, the message that he gave us is that first, protect yourself and protect others. Okay, so, but we have never seen reading the Buddha's sutras. I've never seen the Buddha said, protect yourself first and protect others. No. Okay, so this is in a very simple language. Technically speaking, what the Buddha taught, 6 perfections to protect yourself, 4 perfections to protect others. So this is what we need to keep in mind. So having said this, what I would say is that in this world, everywhere there's so much of pain happening. And so meanwhile, let's say that so much pain with empathy for others, and some with anger inside. No empathy, anger inside. Some have empathy, pain, because of the empathy that you feel. In both cases, we see that there's so much of pain. So, I would say that, okay, who's wrong, who's right? This is not my point. My point is that, the first thing is that those who feel the pain due to the empathy in others' pain, whether you are the people in your own country or people on the other side, you empathize. So pain is there. And those who feel themselves as victims of the other side, you feel the pain, there's a corrosion there. There can be at times anger also there. But a corrosive feeling can also be there. So, on such situation, what I would say is that you could just imagine, what if the Buddha is next to you? Or if His Holiness the Dharma is next to you? And what advice would they give? This question. So with this in mind, as per the very standard teachings of Buddha, we see that the first thing, of course, the Buddha would tell you is that if you are somebody, finally all of us, we are somebody who have very strong feeling of empathy for others' pains, or who have a very strong feeling of aversion, anger inside, and the fear inside. So the first message the Buddha would, very broad message the Buddha would give, is that finally we have to look for peace. Look for peace within yourself. In order to spread peace, you have to have the peace yourself. And in order to export gold, you need to have gold ourselves. So the first message Buddha would say is that be at peace yourself. The question, how? This is the next question. So say the peace, short-term peace, long-term peace. And I'm sure that we all agree with this. Think of short-term peace, long-term peace. And of course, I'm not a policy maker. I have nothing to do with that. I'm no one. But, so this is what I learned from Buddha's teachings. Think of long-term solution, short-term solution. So whoever you are, you have the right over yourself. You have the right to yourself. You have the right to create peace in yourself. to be at peace yourself, to be happy yourself, to stay away from away from disturbance yourself. You have the right. That right you have. That right you have. And also that even if somebody comes, for example, in 2,500 years ago, say you are the kings, they say you are a captive of the king and you are bullied by the king or whatever. So there also you have the right to be happy. And you also have not only just the right, you also have the facilities to keep yourself happy or keep yourself less in pain. So in other words, we need to have two plans: short-term plan, long-term plan. And short-term plan, for example, like say if you have a headache, you take the paracetamol, and the short-term is a short-term plan. It's a short-term solution. You temporarily for the next 2-3 hours, your headache is gone. That's a short-term plan. And long-term plan is just check what's the root of this problem. Root of the problem, if there is tuberculosis, then go for the antibiotics. Don't just keep having paracetamols. Go for the antibiotics. Antibiotics to make sure that the tuberculosis is over and your headache and the fever coming because of the tuberculosis comes to an end altogether. So there is a long-term plan. We need to have both. And these are the messages coming from the Buddha. We are so lucky that how many people, they did not get to hear any of these things, the wise advice of the Buddha. We are so lucky. It doesn't mean that we should be Buddhists. Not necessary. Not necessary. If you truly get, you're so smart enough to see that what the Buddha taught is the wisest. And of course you can say that I'm a follower of Buddha. Otherwise not necessary. Just see that if it is useful, apply it, benefit, and then share this wisdom in a very the secular context with other people. Let others also enjoy this benefit. So with this mind, short term, long term. And short term, I would say that short term, for example, like the say in Israel, the shelters, very important. Physically protect yourself. This is very important. And I don't have to say this. You are much more expert than what I am. But this is the first thing. Buddha would for sure advise you this. But the shelter, they take care of your physical. Then number 2 is take care of your mental. Take care of mental. Shelter can protect you physically, but mentally it cannot protect you. So mentally protect yourself, number 2. And then alongside, say, given that these are all related to the karmas, so our prayers can also contribute. It's not that prayer will just bring absolute peace. No, don't expect that. His Holiness, that is so practical. So we have to learn from His Holiness. His Holiness says that if prayers can fulfill our wishes, then the Tibetans, before the invasion of Tibet by China, to everywhere Tibetans were praying, spending hours and hours, all the resources after the prayers and the time, resources on prayers. And finally, everything taken away by CCP. Everything, including Potala Palace, all gone. Prayers did not have. So His Holiness says that if prayers work, look at this, what happened. So it's not that prayers are the say efficiency 0. This is not the meaning. The meaning is that this is a multifaceted the issue. Because it's multifaceted, we have to deal it with through multiple means. So physically, emotionally, and then say the karmically, and then likewise they remain strong to support others. So 4 things I would suggest. One is, yes, of course, we have to make sure that we take the maximum precaution yourself, physically. And then mentally, you have to keep yourself calm. Look for ways and means how to keep yourself mental calm, number 2. Then number 3, of course, prayers. We also engage in prayers and practices. Then number 4, remain strong, mentally strong, to be inspiration to other people. And then this is a short term. This is a short term solution. Long term solution Look at the root. Look at the root. For the root, I would say that if there's a way by which, say, if I have a problem with if I have a problem of, say, in the olden times, say, if I have a problem with my neighbor, and this conflict keeps increasing, and then you poison your children. You poison your children by talking badly about your neighbors. And your children, they are, say, they are affected by the poison that you have implanted in the mind. So this is where, and the children, they already carry this poisonous thinking against your neighbor. So this was what happens. So instead, long term, His Holiness the Dalai Lama, in fact, I would say that these problems is everywhere. So His Holiness has a solution. His Holiness says that finally people's thinking should be changed. And what we are today is the result of our ancestors, what we inherited from them. Now we have to give something different. What we got from the ancestors, there are many good things, as well as there are poisons also. And the ancestors, they succeeded in creating the scenario what we are going through now. There are many good things, not only bad things, good things there. Now it is our response. Don't blame the ancestors. Now it is our responsibility to create a better future for the next generation. So what is that? For example, facilities, modern science and technology. Our ancestors gave it to us, and because of which, say, in cold we have the heating system, in heat we have the cooling system. And the foods, say, now internet you can get, say, otherwise we say, okay, mangoes, I have to wait till, so now the mango season is finished, now I have to wait till next year. No, you don't wait for next year. Mangoes growing in another country can be imported. You can get it now. All these facilities are there because of the science and technology developed by our ancestors, which we inherited. Now, what are we going to give to your next generation? His Holiness says that, okay, science and technology wise, we already have it. We are so lucky that we inherit these from. Now we have to give something different. Give something which our ancestors they could not give us. What is that? He said that finally still these facilities are there. These facilities make our life easier. But at the same time, conflicts are there. Global level and in the family level also. It's not only global. Even in the family level, there are disasters. Children not feeling grateful to their parents. And of course, some children, they have complications with their parents because the parents, they did not know how to take care of the children when they were age 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. These are so less in number. Even those who got the maximum affection from the parents, they feeling of a hatred towards the parents, so acute. In some cases, we can see that. So all these problems are there on the global level, on the community level, in the family level, domestic level. We see that these problems are there. So His Holiness says that these problems are because of the thinking. So unless we bring about change in thinking, not just the science and technology can create the material things easier for us. But the thinking is not guaranteed by science. Thinking can be changed, not guaranteed by science and technology. So His Holiness says that we require a new thought. We need to have a new thought to create a change in the mind. So for that, His Holiness talks about universal ethics. And the Emory University, USA, took the initiative of taking His Holiness's vision of the universal ethics into the mission of C learning, social, emotional, ethical learning. So this is what we see that is being implemented and is great benefit to the children. And these children, this will be the future to lead the world. These children will take ownership of the world in the future. So these children who understands, who are not infested with the poison, of the hatred towards each other. So these children, they grow, the world is going to be very different. So we cannot really blame to this person, that person, this person. It's a human evolution. But we have the responsibility, I have the responsibility, you have the responsibility to make sure that this vision, once in a while, lights come on the planet Earth, like His Holiness the Dalai Lama, with a very solid approach. But a solid approach, even if a treaty is signed, it doesn't mean anything. We have seen the world now. Even if a treaty is signed, it doesn't mean anything. But say somebody like His Holiness comes with a vision of the future, so that when we apply this, then the future can be very different. Future, because the thinking. So he is offering a means to change the thinking, not just sign treaty. Sign treaty meaning that okay, we have to abide. It's a compulsion there, compulsion. But change your mind is voluntarily, like a family, a good family, decent family. I would say not the family in general, a good family, a decent family, where they say the children embrace the parents, and the parents embrace the children, and the children, they all embrace each other as a family. So this is what His Holiness could see in the future, and for that He has already charted. He's already charted there's the blueprint for what the future should be like, how to change this thinking. So this is so important. So with this in mind, these are things that we need to keep in mind, and all of us have responsibility. We can't really blame this or that. Each one of us, we have the responsibility. I have the responsibility. You have the responsibility. Make sure that you are happy. Make sure that at least if you're not happy, that the pain is less. The pain is less. You remain stronger. For example, like the director of DFI, and Ben Lam, and we have David Lam, those who are taking charge, taking the responsibility of this. While you are going through such a difficult time, you are still taking the initiative to make sure that people get a platform for them to, for the like-minded people to come together and do something to feel at ease, at least even temporarily. Even this is what the responsibility that they're taking. And likewise, the earlier members who are responsible in keeping this DFI so alive all the many years, we should be feeling grateful to all of them. So each one of us, they have actually engaged in fulfilling their responsibilities, and each one of us, we have the responsibility first to make sure that our pain is less, our happiness is more, and then remain strong, and to be a good example, to give strength, like a mirror neurons. Like a mirror neurons give strength to other people who are like-minded, who really likes to bring His Holiness vision of the universal responsibility, universal peace and happiness to be spread to everybody. Okay, we stop here and we'll come back in 1 hour.
Thank you so much, Geshe. See you everybody in 1 hour. Welcome back, everybody. Geshe will join us shortly, so you are all welcome to be with us with your cameras as well. Thank you.
Okay, can you hear me? Am I audible?
Yes, Geshe, welcome back.
Okay, thank you, David, thank you. And so with this, let us okay. For the other translators, the translators in the other languages, you have to use the in praise of dependent origination, in praise of dependent origination, and okay. So in praise of dependent, I'll just quickly explain, and at the end of this, at the moment it is 2 o'clock, and at 3:15 I will invite questions, and most likely David already received some questions. We can do that. So what we need to know from this morning is that in order to, first of all, in order to think of helping the world, helping your family members, helping the people around you, and helping the next generation, first we need to help ourselves. And so how to help ourselves is from our own little experience of our life, we see that when we feel compassion, then your mind is at ease. This is known as the real meaning of the happiness. And first, the compassion, we should direct the compassion to yourself. Have a sense of compassion for yourself. This is very important. And to make sure that you are protected, have compassion for yourself, and then try to extend this compassion to others. So, with this in mind, the one thing that we need to be reintroduced, or I can see that many of you are the faces I had before, and these concepts which I'm going to explain is going to be very not too alien for you. It's pretty easy for you, but it's going to be like a refreshment to freshen up your earlier learning. So, as I said earlier, first of all, we should be kind to ourselves, be wisely compassionate, and be skillfully compassionate. And so for that, what is meant by skillful compassion, or what is meant by be compassionate to yourself, is we have natural tendencies within the mind. We see that the mind can be broadly categorized into two, or you can make it into three. One is the mind with the unpleasant feeling, and the other with the pleasant feeling. And then if you want to make it three, neutral feelings. This is how the mind works. And where you get the pleasant feeling, because the mind likes it, your mind likes it, so therefore your mind feel at ease. Where you get the unpleasant feeling, you don't like it, you feel the stress, anxiety. And then if this stress, anxiety is intense, it can be anxietic, extremely anxietic. And if it is prolonged, it can turn into depression. So all in all, what we come to learn, what we see, taught by the great Buddhist psychologists such as the Arasanga and his brother Acharya, the Vasubandhu, and later by Bodhisattva Shantideva, we see that that our mind. So how the mind works? It says that the mind works based on, of course, the mind has multiple the functions, and each of the function is referred to as the mental factors. Or the mental factors, particularly I would say that, for example, like reading and studying in praise of dependent origination, Tendal Tupa, and studying these things. So what is expected is that our mindset should be gradually be transformed, and then instead of the earlier unease feeling, we start to get the feeling of ease. So with this ease, where your ease is not disturbed by external factors, and even though the external factors are so acute, but your ease is not disturbed, and with this you see that others who are affected very easily by the external factors, then you feel empathy, you feel compassionate, where your peace of mind is not disturbed. So for this, the mind and the mental factors. And what is mind? Again, it has a broad range of understanding what mind is, and some people say that nobody understands mind, nobody has defined mind, nobody can define mind. This is too naive. So because that they have not really met with the tradition which explains mind so well, so they may just such a rash the conclusion. So in actuality, mind is so well defined by these great teachers like Arya Sangha, Acharya Vasubandhu, and mental functions. Not only what the mind is, then having explained the nature of the mind, the nature of minds and the function of the mind so well explained by the great Indian masters. So I'm not going to go detail into these. So just that to touch this part, which is so important, and I'm glad that there are many of you who already are aware, who already learn about these the concepts. So the mental functions, if you know how the mind works, the functions of mind so well, then you become your own therapist. We become our own therapist. This will be extremely helpful for us. So with this in mind, I say that with respect to the functions of mind, we see that there are 5 functions which are extremely important. And when I was a student myself, I learned all these things through memorization, and I was just in my I was just the 19, 20 years old, 21 years old. So I just memorized, and they took this as a textbook information, and I didn't really see the value. Now after like 30 years, 40 years, what I learned from the beginning of my exposure to Buddhist philosophy, like the Buddhist psychology, the mind, the mental factors, even a tiny piece of that is a gem today. I could say, wow, this is amazing. These great psychologists, how they come to discover our mind. And then this is not just about the mind and mental factors. and the manner in which the ordinary people like us, we have no clue, we just have to mimic. No, we can really understand them, though empirically, experientially, you can understand them. Okay, so amongst the multiple functions of the mind explained, there are 5 functions which are particularly of incredibly great relevance to our managing emotions, to make sure that you are at ease, your stress level is less, and of course we cannot expect to make it, say, misery, stress, zero, and happiness infinity. Of course we cannot think of doing this right now, just immediately. It's a long-term solution. It should be a long-term solution, but still it's worthwhile for us to learn these things and then see how to manage to the best we can. So having said this, the 5 of them, the first one is contact, number 2 is attention, number 3 is the discrimination, number 4 feeling, and finally intention. Let me repeat it. These 5 functions. Say the first, contact, then the number 2, attention, number 3, discrimination, number 4, feeling, number 5, intention. These are the 5. Of course, there are innumerable mental factors. In fact, I would say that infinite mental factors, mental functions. And of these, say, if you read, if you read, say Acharya Vasubandhu's Abhidhamma-kosh, if you read this, study this well, you see that he has enumerated like 300 mental factors, mental functions were enumerated. And then if you read the standard Buddhist psychology text, you will see the mention of 51 mental factors. And in the Pali literature, you'll find the 52 mental factors. And interestingly, it was Professor Paul Ekman who interviewed His Holiness for several years, for 3-4 years, and then he gathered all these interviews, total about like 54 hours of interview with His Holiness within the span of 3 or 4 years, and he finally put them all together, and then he brought this up in the form of a book known as the Emotional Awareness. And Professor Paul Ekman, he is somebody who's a very interesting guy. Of course, he's extremely, he was a brilliant psychologist, world-renowned psychologist. And he was coming up with his own idea of the mental factors, mental functions. So he identified like 18 of them, which he saw as very important. Whereas in Buddhist, the standard psychology books, you will find the mention of the 51, and then if you go into Acharya Vasubandhu's text, more than 300 mental factors he identified. And for our ease of our studying here, just for 2 days, I like to just explain the 5 of them. These are known as the 5 ever-present mental factors, and oftentimes also people translate this as 5 omnipresent mental factors. Is fine. 5 ever-present mental factors or 5 omnipresent mental factors. It means that where there's a mind, these 5 should always accompany that mind. These functions are always there with any mind. So therefore they are known as the 5 ever-present. Where there's a mind, and there's these 5 functions there. Okay, so with this now, let me say that, for example, let's say that I remember as as a little boy, maybe age 13, 14, as a little boy, I heard from somebody, and I got a sense that the person was referring to my father, and that the father happened to be sick, and I did not know that. And people, the other boys and girls, they were talking about somebody, and from I could infer that it was my father. They were referring to my father, and he was sick, and it made me very sad. Or you hear something very pleasant, good things, and then you get a very pleasant feeling. So you see that these how our mind works. How our mind works, this is very important. Based on these 5 ever-present mental factors. First, what you do is that our mind is very strange. Our mind is like a person put in a house. Put in a house, and if the house is blocked, no windows, no windows and door also locked, then you have no access to the outside world. Whereas we have access to outside world, and who is accessing this outside world? Our mind is accessing the external world, and some of you may say it's the brain which accesses the outside world. Okay, this is very interesting. The discussion between brain and mind. For the time being, given that we don't have much time, I will focus on the mind. It's a mind which feels, for example, like, oh, I'm sad, I'm happy. It's a first-hand experience. You have the first-hand experience of I'm happy, I'm not happy, and you don't know what's going in your brain. And the scientist, neuroscientist, who is checking your brain, they can see your brain, they can see your brain waves, they can see your, they can see the neural, the activities, they can see the synaptic connections, they can see the transfer of the neurotransmitters from one neuron to the other neuron through the synaptic connections. They can see that, but they don't see your mind. They don't know what's going in your mind. And whereas you first-hand, you have the experience, first-hand experience that, oh yeah, I'm feeling sad, I'm not feeling or I'm feeling very happy today, I feel so light. You have the first-hand experience, but you don't know what's going in your brain. And neuroscientists, they know what's going in your brain, but they don't know what's going in your mind. So this is how we make the distinction between the brain and mind, a little bit of exposure to this concept. So now for you, you are the best person who knows what's going in your mind. You are the best person. Even the neuroscientists, they are not the person to know your mind so clearly. You have the first-hand experience of your mind. Happiness, sadness, anxiety, stress, disturbance, whatever, is all you. So your mind is the one. But how come that your mind, they say, assumes different mental states, stress, anxiety, happiness, and so forth? That is based on these five mental functions. So first, the contact meaning contact with the world, outside world. For example, in my case, a little boy who heard about other people gossiping or other people having conversation. So the conversation that was happening outside, that was the part of the world which my ear consciousness came in contact with. First the contact. Then number 2, I paid attention. Number 2. Then they say discrimination. Oh, they're actually referring to my dad who is sick. Or they mean to say that my dad is sick. So look, discrimination. Then number 4, feeling. Then I get the unpleasant feeling. And because I get the unpleasant feeling and I don't want the unpleasant feeling. This is the basic law, basic reality of all the beings across the humanity. Even the animals. Across the humanity. That nobody wants unpleasant feelings. So because I don't want unpleasant feeling, what happened is that now the next intention. My mind will intend to stop this unpleasant feeling. For example, say somebody scratches me or somebody pierces with a needle, then I feel the pain, I say stop, don't do it. So there, when the unpleasant feeling comes, say, I don't want this unpleasant feeling. So this little boy, when he heard that, okay, I'm sure, now discrimination, my father was sick, they meant to say my father was sick, and I was pained, feeling of the painful feeling came in me. And this little boy did not want unpleasant feeling. So number 1, contact with information. Then the attention, I paid attention whether it's what they are actually saying. Then the discrimination, they're saying that in a way what they're saying that my father is sick. Discrimination. Then the feeling, unpleasant feeling came to me. And I don't want unpleasant feeling. Because I don't want unpleasant feeling, then the intention works. Intention to push, to stop unpleasant feeling. This is what I'm trying to do. This little boy was trying to do, to stop the unpleasant feeling. How to stop the unpleasant feeling? By stopping the trigger of the unpleasant feeling. For example, the fire. If you want to stop the fire, what should you do? Stop the fuel of the fire. Stop the fuel and the fire will stop. So likewise, to stop the unpleasant feeling, your mind will intend to stop the fuel or the trigger of the unpleasant feeling. So what's the trigger of the unpleasant feeling? The fact that my father is sick. The fact that my father is sick. Or the fact that I think that my father is sick. So this was unpleasant feeling. So now, unless either I got to know that this is the rumor. This is a rumor. It's not true that my father is sick. Or my father gets well. If he's sick, then my father gets well. Then this, say, the trigger that my father being sick is removed, or is proven to be wrong, or is removed by recovery. So with this, the new set of discrimination comes. Oh, my father is not sick. Oh, my father is recovered. Then the feeling, pleasant feeling comes. Pleasant feeling comes, the intention will embrace rather than push, rather than stop, exert force to stop this. So now, what is meant by skillful compassion? What is meant by to protect yourself first is to instead of make the mind to push, instead of making the mind to exert to stop the trigger of the unpleasant feeling. Instead of that, let the mind embrace the situation. Embrace is the healing. Your immunity increases. The embrace is very important. Whereas if it pushes, and whereas if my father is really sick, if my father is really sick and this little boy cannot do anything, the mind will continue to resist. My father should not be sick. My father should not be sick. So my mind will continue to resist my father being sick. So there the mind has to exert a lot of energy. And say, for example, like if you continuously exert a lot of energy, then your body becomes totally like lifeless when the energy consumes too much. So with the energy, when you exert it, and depending on the situation, if the situation is something say the unacceptable, the terribly unacceptable, then the mind will try to put effort, exert in such a drastic way. So this is known as intensity. But there's intensity to push, and you don't succeed in pushing, your mind will continue to push it. It exerts a lot of energy, and there's intensity there that can become anxietic. This is known as anxiety. And whereas if it keeps doing like this, it builds a habit, tendency that turns into depression. So this is how to stop that. How to stop that is by stopping the mind from exerting, being anxietic, or being intensely pushing the trigger of the unpleasant feeling. You try to stop that. How to stop that? Change it from pushing to embrace. How to embrace it? By changing the feeling from unpleasant feeling to feeling. Unpleasant feeling to the pleasant feeling. How to change this? By changing the discrimination. How to change it? How to change discrimination? Discrimination is purely cognitive, the faculty of the mind, the cognitive function of the mind. How to change the discrimination is by changing the attention and contact with the information. So you should have a broader information, you should have a deeper information, you should have a very comprehensive, correct information, complete information, systematic information. For example, let's say that, okay, I remember there was one nun, and she informed me, she met me, and she told me that my mother is hospitalized, has been in hospital for many days, and she did not have any energy. And today, on the phone, she started to fight with me. This is what the nun said. My mother started to fight with me. And she said that I'm so happy. I said, no, if somebody fights you, you are not happy. You should be unhappy. She said, no, I'm very happy. I said, why? She said, because now my mother is recovering. My mother is recovering. She has energy to fight with me. Earlier she did not even have energy to talk. Now she has enough energy to fight with me. She's recovering now. She's recovering. The daughter said, I'm so happy now. I'm so happy. Because now she's recovering so well. She has enough energy to fight with me. Okay, look. So this is where, if you say that, if you take it very personally, my mom is, look, I've been taking care of her all these many days, many months. Now she's fighting with me. If you take it from this side, it's a cognitive thinking. It will give you unpleasant feeling. An unpleasant feeling, your intention will resist. Your intention will try to stop the trigger. What's the trigger? The mother fighting. And the mother will not stop fighting with you. So your mind will resist, but you cannot actually remove physically. So therefore mind will continue to resist. That is going to be anxiety, that's going to be sad, that's going to make you feel low, or the depression. Whereas if you change your cognitive thinking, oh, I'm so glad my mother is now recovering. My mother is recovering. Now she has enough energy to fight with me. She has enough energy. She is now recovering. When you say, oh, my mom is recovering now, you're happy or not happy? Very happy. So you got a pleasant feeling. And the pleasant feeling, your mind, again your mom collapses. Again you feel so sad. Again your mind comes back and full vibrancy fight with you. She's very happy. Okay, so there the thing is that cognitively, instead of taking very personally, oh, she's fighting with me, instead of that, oh, she's recovering. When you say she's fighting with me, just this angle, your mind will feel so unpleasant. Unpleasant feeling comes. She's recovering. She's getting well now. She's getting energy now. Gives you pleasant feeling. So pleasant feeling will not disturb you. Unpleasant feeling disturbs you. So this is where you change the. Now look, this is the example that I gave you as a very trivial example I give, very simple example. Now, if you can see, for example, like say whole world you see like small children, and you see yourself as the mother. And for the mother, you see that your children, they're fighting, but for the mother will not. They say if the mother is very, very, very mature, but they will not be angry. The small children means they will fight. Small children, they will fight. But the mother's responsibility is to make sure that they don't fight, and then gradually they understand this, and then they say have a deeper understanding. They become closer to each other with affection. So this is what the mother would expect. So this because of the mother's broadness in her thinking in comparison with the children. So each one of us, if you learn how to become one like this mother, to see the whole world like small children fighting, and if you become one like this, then instead of you mentally feeling disturbed, you'll be there to feel the responsibility that I need to take care of them, because for you they are like small children. And how the children are affected by the children's fight, and how the mother is affected by the small child is very different. Affected by the fight of the small children, the mother will not be affected. the mother will just wish that, oh, I wish that I love you so much. I wish that you grow faster so that you will understand the situation. Instead of feeling angry towards each other, you will be there to support each other. So this is what the mother's aspiration would be. So this is what you will start to feel for all the beings. So for that, we really need to change finally that they instead of rejecting, intention. Number 5, intention to reject. Instead of that, intention to embrace. That is a healing. How should that be possible? By changing the feeling from unpleasant feeling to the pleasant feeling. How to change the feeling? By changing the discrimination. How to change the discrimination? By changing the contact with the information, correct information, complete information, and systematic information. And that too assisted by a proper attention. Only with the proper attention you can the possibility for you have the complete information, correct information, complete information, and a systematic information. With this, you become like a mother. You become a mother for all the beings. With the domestic violence, communal riots, and the global wars. So seeing all these things, for you, this is like a small children's game, small children's fights. So you will not feel affected. And then you will be there, seeing the broader reality. You will be there to help the community in your own capacity. So this is the basic idea. So therefore, now this morning we talked about the 2 solutions. Immediate solution and the long-term solution. Short-term, long-term. So long-term is to change the feeling, to change the discrimination, to change the intention from rejection to the embrace by changing the feeling. How to change the feeling? By changing the discrimination. How to change the discrimination? Get the information through contact and attention with the correct information, complete information, and a systematic information. Information on the ultimate reality and the information about the conventional reality. With the ultimate reality, you are protected. When you see the ultimate reality, you will be protected. And believe it or not, this is the only long-term solution. This is the only long-term solution if you really want to feel yourself like a mother who's not affected by the fights of the small children, your own children. This is the only solution. You must have to have this to see the reality of the ultimate reality, and that is for the long-term solution. This is the only long-term solution. Otherwise, so today, for example, like Tibetans, 1959, Tibetans, we have to leave everything. And how many Tibetans were killed by the communist Chinese? How many Tibetans killed? Millions were killed. So we see that in the history of humanity, we see that one community bullying another community, one community, all these fights, so many chaos, so many pains were created. This is a reality. And then where will you be born? We never know, to be very honest. So with your now, okay, so again the rebirth, who knows? But we don't worry about the rebirth. What we do is that you try to get a glimpse of emptiness in this life. In this life, the ultimate reality. To know the ultimate reality, it will protect you. To know the conventional reality in the fullest, it will help you protect others. This is amazing. To know the conventional ultimate reality, it will give you confidence. It will give you the fearlessness. And then on top of that, if you know the conventional reality, the other side of the coin, conventional reality fully, then it will give you the confidence to solve the solution of the world. And of course, it doesn't mean that then there are so many Buddhas, by now there should be no problem, they know how to solve the problem. No, it's about the sound of clap. Sound of clap. Sound of clap. So for the sound of clap to happen, it's not just one hand. Both hands are required. Likewise, the benefit that we are to get from the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, is not just one side, it's 2 sides. From our side, we require to create the ring. And from the Buddha side, there's a hook. So at times, children, they are ready with the rings. They're ready, they're very intelligent, very smart, but the parents, they're not too smart, so therefore they cannot really give the proper education, cannot give proper guidance to the children. Not that the children, they're incompetent, they're very competent, but the parents or the guides, they're not able to give the correct guide. So the children's side, the hook is there, the ring is there, but from the parents' side, the hook is not there. So therefore the children, they do not get the full benefit. Whereas in the case of the Buddhas, the hook is always there. When you become a Buddha, the hook is always there, and then if the sentient beings can create the ring, then the job of sentient beings is to create the ring. Once you create the ring, the Buddha's benefits are, hook is always there to benefit us. So this is how we can do it. But, so this can be like the far unfetched, things to happen, who knows. But something which you can actually see is that in this life, try to get a glimpse of emptiness. You must try to get a glimpse of emptiness. And of course, to get a glimpse of emptiness, I'm saying is very simple, very easy. But in actuality, it is like quantum mechanics. Quantum mechanics, to say, to get a glimpse of quantum mechanics may sound easy. But in reality, you have to put effort. And if you put the correct effort, complete effort, systematic effort, then you are bound to get experience of emptiness. Because why I'm saying this is that Niels Bohr, the father of quantum mechanics, what he said is that if you study quantum mechanics and if you're not shocked by it, you have not understood it yet. Let me repeat it, what Niels Bohr said. If you study quantum mechanics, and if you're not shocked by it, that what I'm seeing is not the reality, according to quantum mechanics, you're shocked. If you don't get this shocking feeling, which means that you have not understood quantum mechanics. So likewise, which means that it requires a lot of studies and contemplation. Likewise, for the wisdom of emptiness, we require very systematic studies. Say what? Correct information, complete information, and systematic information. With this, and you put your efforts properly, then of course you need to be the companion of the resourceful, compassionate, and the very kind people, and who like-minded, who are also into the journey of the understanding emptiness, studying emptiness. We require to be in the accompaniment of these people. So then you'll get some glimpse of what emptiness is. Once you get a glimpse of emptiness, then you realize that, okay, this is the meaning of fearlessness. If I get this feeling, even in the midst of the people coming to stab me, steal, rob, or whatever, my mind will not be disturbed. You will feel the confidence. You get the confidence. Okay, this is something which we don't have to wait till next life. In this life, you can actually make it happen. Then with this, you will say you'll get the fearlessness. Then the other side, the understanding what is that? The discrimination, which purely the cognitive function of mind, discrimination to know the conventional reality. Ultimate reality, it protects you from the fears. You become fearless. Then to know the conventional reality in its full form, then you know how to deal with the world and how you can be the best of the person to dissolve the complications on the various levels. So this is the benefit. So with this mind, okay, David Lam, screen sharing in praise of dependent origination. And those who depend on English, okay, English you have it here. And for those who depend on, for example, Ladakhi, you need that Tibetan. And Lamala will read this in Tibetan. We cannot do two screen sharing simultaneously. So, but the Lamala, you may also inform the Ladakh listeners which page number you are reading, where the In Praise of Dependent Origination is, which page number of the book, The Blaze. Okay. So, This is composed by Lama Tsongkhapa, and for your information, the Lama Tsongkhapa, he composed this when he had the first experience of the ultimate reality, which I shared with you as the experience, the glance, the glimpse of which will give you a fearlessness. This is what he first experienced, and before he composed this text, say he was going through all the studies, contemplation, meditation on emptiness, and with the advice of Arya Manjushri. With the advice of Arya Manjushri, who also went for the retreat just to focus on the studies and the meditation on the emptiness, the wisdom of emptiness. And then the day before he had this, the experience, he dreamt of the Indian masters who were expert on the ultimate reality, on the concept of the ultimate reality, including Arya Nagarjuna. And he dreamt of one teacher in that circle, one teacher who stood up and he came down to meet Lama Tsongkhapa. This was what he dreamt. And in the dream, that teacher happened to be Acharya Buddhapalita. And Acharya Buddhapalita, who actually wrote a commentary on Arya Nagarjuna's text, Mool Madhyamaka Karika. Then in the dream, he dreamt of this Indian master, Acharya Buddhapalita, giving Lama Tsongkhapa a textbook, a scripture to Lama Tsongkhapa. And then he woke up. And the same day, Lama Tsongkhapa had a visitor, and the visitor gave him a book, a scripture. He opened the scripture, and he discovered that this is the book composed by the same author who came in the dream to give him the book, Acharya Buddhapalita. So then he read a particular line, and of course it was many lifetimes of the efforts in study, contemplation, meditation, and in this life, likewise, although he was already a great teacher, still he left everything to sit for a retreat on this. And then reading this book of Acharya Buddhapalita, just seeing a particular line, the realization simply dawned in him that nothing exists objectively, everything is like dream. Where the fearless meaning in the dream, imagine that you're chased by a ghost and you have so much of fear, or you have the earthquake where the buildings are collapsing on you, so much of fear, and the moment you think that I'm dead, you wake up to discover that it's just a dream. All the fears in dream drops. So this is the meaning of understanding that things are like dream, empty of objective reality. All the fears drop, you become fearless. It is known as the experience of fearlessness. Okay, so then Lama Tsongkhapa, getting the glimpse of the experience of emptiness, then he composed this text. So this text is so precious, with such a realized, incredible, great, brilliant giant in the philosophy of emptiness, and he realized emptiness, and he composed this. We are very lucky that we are reading this. Okay, so now I will start reading this. In praise of dependent origination. So this title, I need to explain. This is more like a abridged title. The full title is In Praise of Buddha Shakyamuni for Having Taught Dependent Origination. This is the full title. In praise of Buddha Shakyamuni for having taught dependent origination. So why praise Buddha Shakyamuni? Because that everybody wants to get away from fears. Everybody wants to get away from mental stress and anxiety, mental pains. And what did the Buddha do? The Buddha taught this wisdom of dependent origination, wisdom of emptiness, understanding which all the fears will be dropped. So therefore, that is the one, that is the teacher, the Buddha Shakyamuni as a teacher. He's the one who deserves the greatest of the praise, because he's the one who for the first time on the planet Earth taught the wisdom of emptiness and wisdom of dependent origination to relieve all beings of all forms of fears. Okay, this is the full title. And then next, Namo Guru Manju Goshaya. Manju Goshaya is referring to Arya Manjushri. And then the author, Lama Tsongkhapa, he actually received many teachings from Arya Manjushri directly. So for him, Arya Manjushri is his guru, his teacher. Namo Guru Manju Goshaya. He who speaks on the basis of seeing. This makes him a knower and teacher unexcelled. What is meant by teacher? Okay, teacher, okay, somebody who teaches. This is not connotation here. The connotation here is, I want to stop my painful tears, and I want somebody to teach me how to stop my painful tears. This is my ultimate goal, to stop all my painful tears. I'm looking for a teacher who can teach this. And who was that? Prince Siddhartha, the Buddha. Buddha who taught this for the first time on a planet Earth. So he, Buddha, who speaks about the ultimate reality on the basis of his own experience through seeing it directly, this makes Prince Siddhartha as a Buddha a knower of the reality, the teacher unexcelled. I bow to you, O conqueror, the Buddha, the one who conquered all the mental defilements, and one who conquered all the triggers of the pains, who conquered all the triggers of the fears. You, the Buddha, who saw dependent origination and taught it, who saw dependent origination himself, and then teaching this to the beings, to free beings from the fears of life. Okay, so it says that the Buddha himself in the sutra indicated that in Tibetan, Tongba Shiva Kyo Mebesu Mishe Beno Trowa Kyamjuba, that are Tushen Awe Tabzuki Riba Gyalagin Zuberse. So the meaning, to do a rough translation of this, is that Tongba Shiva Kyo Mebesu, emptiness, the peace, and the unborn nature, Mishe Beno Trowa Kyamjuba, failing to see these three natures, failing to see emptiness, failing to see the unborn nature, failing to see this peace of elaborations, the beings wander in samsara in pains. Let me repeat it. Failing to see emptiness, the peace, and the unborn nature of the reality, the beings, sentient beings, revolve in samsara with all these pains. The one endowed with the ultimate compassion. All the Buddhas endowed with the perfect, the universal compassion, look for every means to impart this teaching, by reasons impart this teaching to the sentient beings, so that they can stop to revolve in samsara in the acute agony. So this is what you find mentioned in the sutras. So second verse, whatever degenerations like sickness, aging, death, tension, despair, and the pain, all these painful experiences they are in the world, the root of all these is ignorance. Ignorance. Of course, now this is talking, the Lama Tsongkhapa is talking about the long-term plan. Long-term plan for us to stop all these pains and then be a very strong person, to be a role model to help all other beings. You taught that the root of all these is ignorance, that you taught that it is dependent origination, the seeing of which will undo the ignorance. So this ignorance, to believe the dream as real. As long as you see the dream as real, we continue to be tormented by the dream. So And in the dream you see things so object real, so independently real. And the Buddha taught that there's nothing independently real. Everything's dependent originated. You're taught that it is dependent origination, the seeing of which will undo this ignorance. So how can an intelligent person, what do you mean by intelligent person? As a person, for example, say the person who's always looking for, okay, where will I get my next meal? Oh, he may help me, she may help me. So this is one. Somebody, so one person, do you get food today and then you don't think of the next. You feel so happy. And then the next, again the hunger comes, again you look for ways. Whereas the second person says, when you get the first food, okay, where will the second food will come? Where will the second food come from? Where will it come from? This is another little more advanced person. The most advanced person is, how can I become self-sufficient, that I'll guarantee that I get food every day without dependence on, without having to depend on others. That is the wisest person. Likewise, say those wise person, unwise the people, intelligent, unintelligent. Unintelligent people are those people who are happy with this symptomatic treatment. Or you just temporarily your mind feels at peace, you're happy. But the wise, intelligent people will see how to stop the problems altogether in the future. So these are wise people. In other words, wise are those people who look for the lasting solution. What's the lasting solution? Wake up from the sleep of ignorance. Okay. So how can an intelligent person not comprehend that this path of dependent origination is the essential point of your teaching? You referring to the Buddha. The Buddha's teaching that the Arya Nagarjuna always praised Buddha for having taught emptiness and dependent origination. Because it's like in the dream. Say for example, in the dream, if I say if there's the ghost in the dream who's coming to chase me, and then my father comes and father see me so the fearful state, then the father says, what happened to you, my son? And I say, oh, this ghost is bothering me. And then the father does some puja mantra recitation, and the ghost runs away, and you're temporarily very happy. But this is very temporary. And the father says, okay, now is it okay that I can leave now? Yeah, you say thank you. And the father leaves. Again the ghost comes back. You're still in the dream. So how to look for the permanent solution? Wake up. The dream ghost will not visit you ever again. Wake up. If you don't wake up, the dream ghost can again revisit you. For example, say you and the neighbor. Today you are stronger. And then you bully your neighbor. And next time neighbor will be stronger. The neighbor will bully you next time. So this is a temporary solution. The long-term solution is wake up from the sleep of ignorance. Okay. So how can an intelligent person not comprehend that this path of dependent origination is the essential point, long-term solution of the teaching which your teaching showed us? You meaning your teaching, the Buddha's teaching. Number 4, this being so, who will find, O Savior, a more wonderful way to praise you than to praise you for having taught this origination through dependence? So therefore, while the Buddha gave so many teachings, 84,000 teachings were given, innumerable teachings were given by the Buddha, but of these, the truly the wise people, for example, the Buddha taught, they say, Buddha taught how to, how to use water for the monastics. Buddha taught the monastics how to keep the rivers clean, how not to damage the vegetations. These are important, but these are like temporary solutions. And the final solution, anybody who is able to identify the final solution, that is wise. That is wise. So, final solution is to stop all the painful tears, and that is by waking up from the sleep of ignorance. And any teaching the teaching meant to help you to wake up from the sleep of ignorance, that person is the intelligent one. This being so, who will find, O Savior, more wonderful ways to praise you than to praise you for having taught this origination through dependence, for the reason that this teaching alone is the lasting solution. Number 5. Whatsoever depends on conditions, that is devoid of intrinsic existence. So things come into being by dependence on multiple factors. For example, let's say that in fact, it was years ago, maybe 5-6 years ago, I was applying for 2 visas. One visa to UK, 3 visas. One visa to UK, one visa to France, one visa to Israel. In all 3 cases, they require your passport. And if you submit the passport to the first one, you cannot apply for the second and the third for the time being, till you get back. They are all, and then the deadline, my flight date is approaching, is very stressful, because that, okay, I need to do this. To do this, it is dependent on something else that is not fulfilled. To do that, another one is not fulfilled. They're all just connected, linked to each other. I could so vividly see this, and I'm amazed what the Buddha taught. Things are all dependently originated. For example, His Holiness the Dalai Lama says that the problems that we go through today is the negligence of the past ancestors, of the past generation. Their negligence, not that they neglected, it's because of their ignorance. They did not know what was going to happen after, say, 1,000 years, 2,000 years. They didn't know that. Because of this, they did not brought into equation what would otherwise happen in the future. They could not bring these into equation. And then what is happening today? And if we don't put effort to solve these problems today, our next generation will complain. Our generation is there. Our negligence of our generation. The next generation blame us. So therefore, this is known as the interdependency. So we have to know this so well, and then accordingly plan, so that next generation will not have to complain, will not have to blame us, and that next generation doesn't have to go through a worse situation than what we're going through today. So, number 5, whatever depends on conditions is devoid of intrinsic existence, which means there is no objective intrinsic reality. Things are all like a dream. In fact, okay, let me quickly share with you what is meant by the dreamlike nature. So here it says that is devoid of intrinsic existence. Devoid of intrinsic existence means they're devoid of objective existence. So what do I mean by objective existence? Let me quickly share with you. Say, for example, in the dream, you see dream goes as real, and dream goes when you wake up. Your fear of the ghost chasing you in the dream stops. Why? To know that the dream ghost is just coming from a mind, not from the object. So it's not objective, it's subjective. Where you see it is objective, the fear arises. Where you see it's empty of objective, purely subjective, your fear dissolves. So the Buddha taught that everything is like a dream, subjective. There's no objective. There's no objective means there's nothing intrinsic. There's no independent reality. They're all dependent. Dependent means it's purely subjective. It's not from the object. Okay. So let me give an example. Okay. How many of you identify yourself as, let's say, young? Okay, raise hands. Those who are, let's say, 39 and below. 39 and below. Raise hands. 39 and below. Okay, so 39 and below, they're very happy. I know, they're very happy. Okay, now he is making us feel young. And those who did not raise hand, you feel sad, I know. So he's disclosing our age. Okay, so how many agree with me that age, young and old, I wouldn't say old, I would say young and elders. Okay, so myself included, young and elders. How many agree with me that this is a reality? Say 20 years ago, those of my age, they are young. 20 years ago, they are young. Now they are more young. They are no more young. They are no more young. Okay, but the age is real. 20 years ago, each one of us will be younger than what we are today. Okay, there's one young boy there, Manvik. He was non-existent 20 years ago. Okay, otherwise, most of us, okay, let's say 10 years ago. 10 years ago, look at your photograph. You see that you're much younger. That's for sure. Okay, how many agree with me that you were 10 years ago, you were younger than what you are today? Raise hands. Raise hands. Okay, that's a reality. Likewise, there are people who are your children, who are your grandchildren, or who are your the nephews, nieces. They are younger than you. Raise hands. They are younger than you. That's undeniable fact. That's undeniable fact. Okay. So, younger means is age. Age is undeniable reality. Undeniable, this word I'm using, undeniable reality. So this age, undeniable, which is undeniable reality, this age, they say, now let's see, that what we're seeing is that the Buddha taught, yes, all our fears can be stopped. All our pains can be stopped. The Buddha taught this. How? It's a long-term solution where all the pains will be stopped completely, not just symptomatically. How to stop this? Buddha said, wake up from the sleep of ignorance. What does mean by that? Or how do you wake up from the sleep of ignorance? Or what does mean by that? This question. The meaning is that in the dream you have the fear of the ghost chasing you, let's say. You wake up and the fear dissolves. Why? Answer is very simple. Because what created fear in the dream, the moment you wake up, you discover that as purely subjective, purely dream. So the fear dissolves. How many agree with me? Raise hands. How many agree with me? Raise hands. Okay, Rami, including Rami. Thank you. Okay. So, we're happy with this. Now, so how come that if fear dissolves? Because to know that it was dream is not real. What does it mean by it's dream? It's purely subjective. Dream is coming from a mind, subjective mind. It's not from the object. Okay, do you mean to, so which means the Buddha means to say that everything is subjective, nothing is objective? Yes, this is the meaning. If we come to discover that everything is subjective, your fears will dissolve. All your fears will dissolve. That is the permanent solution. This is the long-term solution. Wow, that's amazing. That's amazing. Now, let me take each one of us to this, the age. 10 years ago, I was younger. 20 years ago, I'm way younger. 30 years ago, of course, younger. And many of you, when you're 30s, you will say, oh, I was non-existent. But 10 years ago, yes, we're younger. And this boy, 5 years ago, he was just a toddler. Okay, so each one of us 10 years ago, we were much younger. If you don't believe, look at the photograph, you'll see the contrast between what you are today and what you were 10 years ago. Sometimes when I see my photographs, some people, they tell me, Geshe, we met 10 years ago, and they send me the proof photograph for me to identify. And I look at the photograph, I see, who is this monk? A very young one. It was actually me. Okay, which means I'm old now. Okay, so what I'm saying is that now this age is undeniable reality. Undeniable reality. At the same time, if you analyze this, you will see that objectively there's no age there. There's no age difference, objectively. How not? How not? We'll take, each one of us will try to be a part of this exercise. You try to actively be a part of this exercise, and then see see if it makes sense. If it makes sense, then we have to pursue through this deeper, that you get the master key to solve all the problems. Okay, age is nothing. Age gap, young, old, age is nothing. It's purely related to your body. It's nothing to do with the mind. Raise hands. How many agree with me? Okay. And some people say that, some people nowadays, in the early days it was a different story. Nowadays people, they ask my age, and when I tell them age, and they, in their mind, they think something, and outside they say something else. They see that, okay, he's old, so what they will say, oh, Geshe is just a number. It's not true. It's not true. It's not just a number. Because the person, what actually came to this person's mind and what actually the person said, these are very different. Inside, okay, he's old now, right? To console, they said Geshe is just, age is just a number. It's not just a number. It's a reality. But you will be amazed to see that this age is just pure illusion. How? Don't just verbally say this, it will not help. You should get conviction. Rationally you should be convinced. How? So first step is that age is associated with your body and is not with the mind. Okay, we all agree. Now with your body is nothing. Your body is made of cells. There also you agree. And the cells are nothing but made of chromosomes, then the mitochondria, and then the cell membrane and so forth. And even the chromosome is nothing but made of DNA molecules, and DNA molecules made of the atoms. In short, our body, which is based on which we talk about the age difference, is nothing but made of atoms, billions of atoms. If you're like, what? If you weigh 70 kg, then you are made of how many atoms? I think about 70 into 10 to the raise of power 27 atoms. This is the number of the atoms that you are made of. So this number of the atoms, and the atoms which made your body, and atoms which made a younger person's body. For example, this young man, young boy. Atoms which made this young boy's body, atoms which make our body. So all the atoms are same age. All the atoms are same age. All the atoms are minimum 15 billion years old. All the atoms are same age. Because there's no creation, there's no destruction to the atoms. At the most, the atoms can be changed to energy, energy to matter, matter, energy. It's not that the matter annihilates and another new set of matters if it come into being suddenly. No, nothing. According to law of physics, law of conservation of momentum, law of conservation of mass and energy. So there, according to this law, there's no destruction, there's no creation. So whatever the atoms that we have, we inherited this from 15 billion years ago, Big Bang, from the singularity. So on the atomic level, all the atoms are same age. All the atoms are same age. Not one atom is younger, not one atom is older. So where is the age? If you feel that, wow, that's amazing. And then for some people it can be a little disturbance also. Disturbance because there's a contradiction, there's a discrepancy that you see between the appearance and the reality. Appearance wise there's an age difference. Some are younger, some are older. And the reality, when you go to analyze deeper, there's no age difference. So when you see the discrepancy between the appearance and reality, they say uneasiness comes to you, to some of us. If that happens, you are very fortunate. you're getting closer to emptiness. You're getting closer to the understanding of emptiness. If it does not happen, don't worry. Don't worry. Study more, contemplate more, and you're bound to get some experience of emptiness eventually. For that, we need to have correct information on emptiness, complete information on emptiness, and systematic information on emptiness. Simply because there are some books on emptiness in the market, don't take them seriously. You must get the correct book. You must get the correct information, complete information, and the systematic information. Don't think that, oh, there's a book there on emptiness. Sometimes the books are written by people who don't believe in emptiness themselves, and who don't really practice emptiness themselves, just for the sake of their own fame, their own gain. Write books and people see you as an author, a scholar, they're happy. They don't believe in what they wrote. So these things are there. Be very careful. So therefore I said correct information. Sometimes the books can be very, very wrong information, can be very, very misguiding, misleading. We be very careful. You have to take the proper studies based on the proper materials. Okay. So but this is what I'm saying is that the age is, while in the conventional world, age is a reality. For example, say in some of the jobs, they say, what's your age? You have to specify the age. So beyond 35, you are not entitled to apply. Don't say that my atom and your atom is same. Don't say that. My atom age and the young boy's atom's age, these two are same. Don't say that. They will say that you're old, you're 40, okay, you cannot apply. Okay, but that is an appearance level. This is undeniable reality. But when you go into the deeper reality, we see that age is nothing but the body. Body is nothing but the atoms, and all the atoms are the same age. So where is the age difference? Where is it? You cannot see that. So this is known as objectively age difference is not there. Subjectively age difference is there. It's purely subjective, like a dream. When you discover that, although people disqualify you as a young person, disqualify you are not young anymore, right? But deep inside your mind, you are at ease, knowing that age is just the illusion created by my mind, which in the conventional world is taken very seriously, but in reality is just an illusion, is empty of objective reality. So this is how we can understand it. This is the long-term solution to bring an end to all the painful tears. Okay, next slide. Okay. Whatsoever depends on conditions, this is devoid of intrinsic existence, meaning objective existence. Is purely like illusion, nothing objective. What excellent instruction can there be more amazing than this proclamation? If you and I, if we put effort to study this, what the Buddha taught, everything's like a dream, and when you start to get a glimpse of this, you will see that this is the greatest of the purpose of my life. You will see that this is the greatest of purpose of your life. Number 6. Okay, Number 5. Whatsoever depends on conditions, that is devoid of intrinsic existence. What excellent instruction can they be more amazing than this proclamation? You will truly say that this is amazing. Now I have found the purpose of my life. You have found the purpose of life. Number 6. By grasping at it, the childish strengthen bondage to extreme views. For the wise, this very fact is the doorway to cut free from the net of elaborations. Okay, so this is quite a technical the verse, and the verse number 6, 7, 8, 9, 4, 5 verses, they're quite technical. I'm going to explain this here very quickly before I entertain some questions. Okay. Say that okay, how do we know that our body is made of cells? Anyone? Anyone? How do we know that our body is made of cells? Anyone? We don't see that our body is made of cells, but we do know. With the eyes we don't see that our body is made of cells, but we do know that body is made of cells. How do we know that body is made of cells? Anyone? Quick. Okay, Signy, Sigil.
Hello, Geshe. We know
Yes.
it because we look closer with the microscope or
Wonderful, wonderful. So we use microscope to see the body cells. So microscope is the means to see us deeper reality. Likewise, emptiness. To see emptiness, we use the understanding of dependent origination. Let me see. We use microscope to to know the cells, bodily cells. Likewise, we use the understanding of dependent origination, to understand the ultimate reality. Okay, how many understand this? Raise hands. How many understand what I'm saying now? Very good. Okay, screen sharing. Screen sharing. Okay. By grasping at it, it refers to the dependent origination. What is that? Is that? So dependent origination, mathemakas, they use this understanding of dependent origination to understand emptiness. But the lower schools, they use dependent origination, and instead of understanding emptiness, they go to the opposite. So they say emptiness of objective existence is like dream. Now the lower Buddhist schools, they see the dependent origination and reinforce the belief in objective existence. Instead of emptiness of objective existence, they weigh towards the opposite direction, seeing them as object real. By grasping at it, it refers to dependent origination. The childish meaning those people who could not understand the mathematics philosophy. The childish strengthen bondage to extreme views. Extreme views is the view of seeing things as objective real, view of objective reality. For the wise, this very fact, meaning dependent origination, is the doorway to cut free from the net of elaboration. Elaboration is objective reality. To cut the objective reality, to understand emptiness. Emptiness, and then when do you see the dream as empty? When you wake up. So for the wise people, understand dependent origination will make them wake up from the sleep of ignorance by cutting the elaboration of, to cut free from the net of elaboration of self-grasping ignorance. Okay, so our job must be to study dependent origination and to make sure that you see things as like dream. Things like dream. Not to see them as real, but see them as like a dream. If that happens, you become a wise person. Whereas by understanding dependent origination, if your belief in objective reality, if it increases, we are childish. Okay, verse number 7. Since this teaching is not seen elsewhere, so this teaching on dependent origination and emptiness is not seen elsewhere, because till the Buddha, till 2500 years ago, nobody taught emptiness on the planet Earth. The planet Earth was as old as 4.6 billion years, and the organisms came on the planet Earth for 4 billion years. And planet Earth came 4.6 billion years ago. And the organisms came on planet Earth 4 billion years. For the 4 billion years, nobody taught dependent origination and emptiness. So only 2500 years ago, when the Prince Siddhartha came, and at the age of 35, then he started to teach this for the first time on the planet Earth, that everything is like dream, nothing exists objectively. So therefore, since this teaching, 7, since this teaching is not seen elsewhere, before the Buddha Shakyamuni is not seen elsewhere. You, the Buddha, alone are the teacher. What teacher? There are so many teachers. Teacher to teach us teacher to teach us how to get out of the painful tears completely. That is the teacher. Like calling a fox a lion. Otherwise, there are so many teachers contemporary to Buddha Shakyamuni. So these, they teach that things exist intrinsically. So they are like, like calling a fox a lion. For Tirthika meaning those teachers who were contemporary with the Buddha Shakyamuni, who did not really know about emptiness. For Tirthika, this would be like a word of flattery. It's not the real meaning of teacher. Teacher means to teach you so that you can go, how to go from the state of misery to the state of fearlessness. And who actually taught this was the Buddha. Number 8, wondrous teacher, wondrous refuge. You are the teacher who taught this wisdom, and you are the refuge who gave us the refuge, who let us get the total refuge, meaning that you are freed. Wondrous speaker. So what you speak through dependent origination, this very profound concept is conveyed. Wondrous savior, you saved us from suffering, from having to shed painful tears. I pay homage to that teacher, the Buddha, who taught well dependent origination. Okay, we'll stop here, and we have another 10 minutes. And David, if there are some questions.
Yes, Geshe, there are quite a few, but we respect your time and also our schedule, so maybe we'll do just one or two today, and maybe tomorrow you can address some more.
Yes.
The first question is by Padmini Charkaborty. He says, Venerable Geshe, you said experience is subjective and therefore empty. Is the subject real?
Okay, the experience is subjective, and therefore it is unreal. So it's experience, okay. You said experience is subjective and therefore empty. Is subject real? Okay. This is a good question. I would suggest that all of us who are interested with these subjects, I would really encourage you to study this systematically. Study them systematically by taking some very standard courses. For example, Tibet of Delhi, we have already introduced this course, Nalanda Diploma course. Nalanda Master's course is for 5 years. Is already halfway through, and so therefore we cannot entertain new enrollments. But for another diploma course, which is 1.5 years course, and we already started this part, still we have kept the enrollment open for people to be enrolled. And for the Israelis, thanks to Ben Dizing Salat, thanks to Ben Dizing Salah, that he volunteered to make this available in Hebrew language. And we see that Israelis, there are many who have very good command of English. So although you don't require, but of course you have you have two choices, to listen to in English or in the Hebrew. You have the choice. So because of Ben Tenzing Sela, and whereas those who do not speak English, still Hebrew language, it is introduced from this course. So you can enroll for this course. And those listening in Russian, you also have the possibility French, there's a translation Ladakhi, there's a translation, and what else? And then Mandarin in Chinese, there's a translation. So on the same course is translated in numerous languages. So if you can enroll at the moment, it's a great opportunity. We have deliberately kept about like a little over 1 month gap for the break. I would say break for it to be resumed after 1.5 months. And those who are enrolling freshly, you can catch up You can catch up within this 1.5 months. So ideally speaking, we have only about like 2 classes a week, and you can easily catch up. So these are very important. This is known as Null and Dirham course, and from those from Israel, you want to know about this, you can check with Ben Tenzing Sela, and he will give you, and also David La can give you the information, DFI can give the information. But of course we say deliberately, because the DFI wants to keep it very nothing to do with the money part, so no fees and so forth. So therefore we deliberately respect DFI for not attaching Tibe's program with DFI. So therefore we requested Benla, and who so kindly accepted to they conduct this translation. Okay, so in other words, what I'm saying is that these questions are so good. These questions you will get a satisfactory answer not within a few minutes. These questions are very deep. I really appreciate whoever asked this question, and I know that there are many who would have similar questions. So I'll give the answer now, but keep in mind that if possible, if you're really interested in these topics, then you have to go for such standard the courses. Okay, going back to the question, David La, is subject the real? This question, is subject real? Okay, subject meaning your mind. Subject, there are 3 kinds of subjects. One is in the mind, the person, and the labels or the terms. Subject in that sense. Otherwise, in school, what is your subject? That's a different meaning. So the subject in terms of the agent, the mind, the person, so forth, is this real? The answer is okay. So the answer is, we need to, before we jump into this real, non-real, so forth, we are talking about emptiness. So before jumping into this, there should be 2 gates. You have to enter, you have to pass through these 2 gates successfully. Only then you can talk about emptiness. If you cannot get through these 2 gates, you are not entitled to talk about emptiness. The first gate is, do things exist? If you say no, you fail. Things exist. Answer is yes, everything exists. Good things exist, bad things exist. If you do good, happiness follow. If you do bad, miseries will follow. These are all real. Subject exists, object exists. So if it's a subject and say exists, nothing exists, this is nihilism. This is not emptiness. Second gate, only if you say yes, everything exists, then you pass through the first gate. Then you enter, go to the second gate. What's the second gate? Do things exist objectively? Answer, if you say yes, you fall into extreme of absolutism. This is not emptiness. You fall into absolutism. So the answer should be, objectively, it does not exist. They exist, but they don't exist objectively. The next question is, if they exist, but they don't exist objectively, how do they exist? They exist subjectively. Even the subject exists subjectively. Nothing exists objectively. All these, I'll say the basic information, you need to have this information. And of course, within these 4 sessions, I cannot really go through all this information. But this is what I'm sharing with you. So this is available even for the next 1.5 months. Anybody can enroll for this, and you can, earlier the better. You get 1.5 months to catch up with whatever's been covered the few sessions. Okay, the next question, David La.
Yes, Geshe, there's a question that is from the Russian audience, but I feel that is very relevant for us too in Israel and for me personally. It is by Tatiana Ilina. She says, Dear Geshe, please advise me on how to relate to the news in the media. It often makes me angry or depressed. I feel dependent on the news. I read and listen to it constantly. I feel that I don't pay attention to the news, as if I'm indifferent to the suffering in the world and don't want to know about it. Please advise me on how to apply the 5 ever-present factors to properly relate to the news. Thank you.
Oh, okay, thank you so much, Tatiana. Thank you so much. This question is very, very, very relevant to all of us, not only to the Russians and the Israelis, to us also, everywhere, whoever is on planet Earth, this is relevant. and particularly Tatiana, I can see that your sense of compassion. This is what I can see there. This is so precious. This is so precious, and to feel that, to be detached from watching the news, it is like being indifferent to the world. Yes, you are right. But what I will say is they keep the two things in mind. The first thing is that make sure that you protect yourself, not only physically, mentally also. Mentally, try to stay away from being overwhelmed. How to be overwhelmed is by watching the same news over and over and over again. So this is a problem. So say whatever information that you need, watch it, know it, full stop. No need to repeat it. No need to repeat. If you repeat it, what happens is that based on 5 ever-present mental factors, the contact, attention, discrimination, and then the feeling, unpleasant feeling. One say 5% unpleasant feeling came during the first watch, then watching the second time, another 5 added, which makes 10. Again watch it again, there's no extra information, but only the unpleasant feeling keeps increasing. Then the mental resistance will increase. When the mental resistance increases, your immunity goes down. Stress hormones built up, your immunity goes down. Your immunity goes down, one good person is becoming weaker. One good person is becoming weaker, and we are losing good people. When the good people is lost, becomes less, number of the bad people automatically increases. If there are 10 good, 10 bad, and of the 10 good, one person becomes sick, only 9 and 10 is more. So this is how we should be very careful to make sure that you are protected. Physically you are protected, mentally you are protected. Don't overwatch, don't over listen to the bad news. You have to know the news and keep it there and think of how to solve the problem. So meanwhile, if the mother becomes sick, how are you going to, if the mother worries about the children and the mother becomes sick, and then who's going to take care of the children? So the mother should not become sick. This metaphor that I'm giving, the mother should not become sick, to make sure that you are protected, so that at least the people around you, the world may not be protected by you, but at least the people around you, they will feel stronger when you remain strong. And these people, they have their own circle. So this is a ripple effect for the world. This is so important for us. So, one, don't be overly exposed to the news. Whatever is required, just keep to that much. Don't overgo. So this is one thing that we need to keep in mind. And then meanwhile, you do some personal single-point meditation. This will stabilize your mind, and of course there are many more information to be given. We don't have time. So even in fact the last time when we were talking about the teaching for the Russians, I talked about the 3 ways by which to manage emotions. First one, the stability practice, to build the stability, the gravity of the stability. Number 2, the universal compassion. Number 3, the cognitive transformation. I mentioned these 3, and tomorrow, if you get time, we'll touch on these 3 things for this group also. Okay, next.
So Geshe-la, I think maybe it would be best if we respect your time and the participants' time and the schedule, and maybe we'll continue the question and answer tomorrow, if it's okay by you.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure. So David will conclude with some prayers.
Of course, before that, I would just like to thank you so much so far, Geshe-la, for today's wonderful, inspiring teachings that are indeed very much needed at these times, and we are all looking forward for tomorrow's teachings. Also, I would like to thank Tibet House team for coordinating this teaching, and thank you Benla, Alexeila, and Tsewangla for translation, and Nirla and everybody at Dharma Friends of Israel. And we'll end this session with dedication prayers. Everybody is welcome to join the recitation.
Dedication, for the dedication, Okay, the David La, while you show the screen sharing, let me quickly share my the dedication part. So for the dedication, what we do is that let us no doubt that the like-minded people, when they come together, they get the force of goodness. This force of goodness, with this, let us dedicate this force of goodness that the world, all the wars and all these, the conflicts subside as soon as possible, and that as less destructions happen to the human lives, the life of the humans, and to the surrounding environment. And let's also pray that this teaching of the wisdom of emptiness and bodhicitta to help people to wake up from the sleep of ignorance spread to every nook and corner of the universe. And let's also pray that the ultimate hope for the world, enlightened for the hope for the world, such as the enlightened beings like His Holiness the Dalai Lama, let's pray that they have an eternally long life to bless all of us, to bless the world, to bless all of us, that we go away from the darkness of ignorance to the light of the ease, the spirit, the light of the spirit of sisterhood and brotherhood amongst the human beings, the spirit of harmony with the ecology. So with all these, and then let's also pray that each one of us make a fresh commitment that may I succeed in my awakening the hidden treasure with myself, so that my painful tears will stop, my ease will expand, and that I can share this wisdom with all my family members, with all the sentient beings in the universe. Okay, with this mind, let's recite the prayers together. David La.
Ms. Geshe, thank you. With the help of Mother Tara and Arya Avalokiteshvara, may all those wishes come true swiftly. And let's conclude with some more additional dedication prayers. In the land encircled by snow mountains, you are the source of all happiness and good. All-powerful Chenrezig Tenzin Gyatso, please remain until samsara ends. Just as the brave Manjushri and Samantabhadra too realized things as they are, also I dedicate all these merits in the best way that I may follow their perfect example. I dedicate all these roots of virtue with the dedication, praised as the best by all the Buddhas who appeared in the 3 times so that I might perform the noble Bodhisattva's deeds. I dedicate the merit thus gathered towards the realization of the deeds and the prayers of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas of the 3 times and to the upholding of the doctrine of scripture and insight. May I in all lives, through the force of this merit, never separate from the 4 wheels of the Mahayana vehicle and accomplish all the stages of the path, renunciation, bodhicitta, perfect view, and the 2 stages. Having dispelled all inner and outer obstacles and downfalls such as poverty, despair, oppression, cruelty, epidemics, and natural disaster due to environmental degradation, may all beings forever enjoy the glory of peace and happiness. Inspired by wisdom and compassion today in the Buddha's presence, I generate the mind of full awakening for the benefit of all sentient beings. May I spend day and night carefully reflecting, but by what means can I enhance this teaching achieved by the Supreme Savior through strenuous efforts over countless of eons. From my 2 collections, vastest space that I have immense, from working with effort at this practice for a great length of time, may I become a chief leading Buddha for all those whose mind's wisdom eye is blinded by ignorance. And let us recite 3 times the Heart Mantra, the Heart Sutra mantra. Teyata Om Gate Gate Paragate Parasamgate Bodhisvatyata Om Gate Gate Paragate Parasamgate Bodhisvatyahata Umgate Gate Paragate Parasamgate Bodhisvatyahata. Thank you so much, Geshe. Thank you, everybody, all the participants. We'll see you tomorrow at the same time, 8:45. Have a great day, everybody. Take care. For those who wish to practice generosity, please see the link in the chat box. See you all tomorrow. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
Спасибо большое.
Спасибо. Thank you so much.
Спасибо большое.
Спасибо.
Благодарю.
Большое спасибо.
Большое спасибо.
Thank you so much.
Большое
Bye.
спасибо.
See you
Спасибо
tomorrow.
большое.
Спасибо, Гита.
Большое спасибо.
Спасибо большое.
Спасибо огромное.
Большое спасибо. До завтра. Благодарю.
Спасибо огромное.
Всем спасибо.
Всем спасибо большое.
Спасибо. Всего хорошего.
Спасибо большое. До завтра.